You are live.
Morning, everybody.
All right, well, we are going to get started then. So I would like to call the 2015, oh my goodness, 2022 Friends of Temagami AGM to order. Oh, that's exciting.
We are live.
We are recording or broadcasting live as well, which is new for us. So obviously we're very tech savvy, and I'm sure at some point there will be some glitches. So apologies in advance if we are distracted a little bit. But my name is Mercedes, and I will be chairing the meeting today with everyone's help. And before we do start, I just want to say thank you, and it's really wonderful to be back in person with our good friends here at Smoothwater. That feels really nice to be back all together. And so as we start to call the meeting to order, I am going to pass it off to a good friend and person who's been working with us thankfully, for many, many years, Mr. Alex Mathias, to talk to us a little bit about the land that we find ourselves on.
You want to sit down? We'll stand up here so you're in the photo, so our fans can see you.
Well, it's great to be here, be back again, but it seemed like a long time that we weren't here, but it's good to see all the people here. And I was going to make a little presentation about the logging industries in the area, what happens to after roads are made, log roads are made, and they get used by hunters, and more birds get shot, more moose get killed illegally, and the small lakes get fished out. In about 3 years, the small lakes are fished out because people take their ATVs in with a little boat trailer and stuff like that. So it does a lot of damage to the wildlife as well, and I like to keep it the same as it is, and I think we all feel the same way, but with industry happening though, it's just leaves moose homeless, and because moose do need trees, big trees for shade in the summertime, and those big trees protect them from the sun. But it just seems like the industry doesn't care about. They call themselves forest management and stuff, but they're not managing forests; they're managing timber, and it's amazing to see the damage that they do for all those years. And today I have to go out to Bear on the Board on this problem with this joint revenue. So I said, if they talk about joint revenue 100 years ago since they've been here, then it'd be worthwhile talking, but it's kind of late to negotiate some kind of deal like that. But other than that, I have not much more to say, except we're all trying to preserve the forest for our future generations, and not only my great grandchildren, but everybody's great grandchildren to enjoy what we have today, what we have left today, I should say. And for people that depend on it, like the camps and outfitters, it's great. I hope they feel the same way as preserving the forest for the future. Okay, I'm finished now. Anybody have any questions? Or I have no answers anyway. Thanks.
Thank you, Al.
So just a reminder for all of us, the Friends of Temagami is an all-volunteer organization, and it takes many, many people and many hours to do what it is that we do and what we hope to continue to do and start to do. And our mission, just so that we're all clear, is to conserve wilderness and promote ecotourism across the Temagami region. So that being said, having an AGM, sometimes issues come up that we have really strong feelings about, and that's a really great thing. So we do welcome open discussion, we welcome contradicting opinions with a baseline of respect and understanding that we're all here for the right reasons and similar reasons. And out of really good discussion can come a lot of growth, and that's what we hope to achieve. So thank you for joining in with us on that. And we do expect that, obviously, that we do have some good discussion today. It's not just hearing from us. We want to involve everyone. So with that, we will pass it on to roll call and regrets. So there are some folks that.
There are some regrets from Bob Regis. Bob has got lots on the go just now, and I think he's actually working today. So he has sent his regrets and offered his proxy vote. Amber Ellis has also sent her regrets. She had an opportunity to do a job today and needed to take that opportunity. So she's sent along her regrets and proxy vote. The two interesting issues with those guys not being present, and it was a little unexpected or last minute that I found that out. So the sales report, which is on the agenda, I'll speak a little bit to it, but I don't have details of numbers, but we will pass that along via email to the membership in the coming weeks. I do have a little note from Amber that I can share as far as the financial statement. Did I miss anybody with the regrets? Rob Colwyn, he is unable to join us today. Also has sent along his proxy, and I think that's it for the regrets.
So usually at this time we go around our circle and invite folks to introduce themselves and maybe share what your connection is either to the organization or to the region or the land that we find ourselves on. And also, if you do have a role within the organization, it would be great if you could say that as well. So I'm going to put PJ on the spot as he's typing to our online.
What am I doing?
Introducing yourself.
Oh, very good. I am PJ Justison. I have been involved with FOT probably going on 16 or 17 years now, and have been president for I don't know how long, 7 years. I think this is year 7, in and around there. And I am super happy to be back here at Smoothwater. Crazy excited to be with all my friends again. And welcome, everybody.
My name is Sonia, and I am new to Temagami about a year, and I just love it. And I love all the rivers and the lakes, and I've just come to really incorporate it into my life. And I'm in total support of the mission for the Friends of Temagami.
You want to introduce yourself again?
Well, I'm out because I live at Wapaka Lake, but it'll be 30 years next year since I moved in 1993. So totally a nice life, and I would like to share with me sometimes. I think a lot of people do, but that's why I'm. Thanks a lot.
My name is Emily. I am currently the assistant secretary. In front of me, I have been around for a couple of years now, I think. Yeah, it started with just asking a certain someone to take me on a canoe trip when I learned a little bit about Temagami, and here I am, a couple of years later. So, I am thrilled to be here. This is my first in-person AGM. But yeah, it's super exciting to be here. And I love these like-minded people.
I'm Caleb. Just went to Temagami when I was a kid, going to some summer camps, and started trying to connect this way more in the last year or so. More being up this way. It's really nice area.
My name is Kim Collin, and I just came here for supper. That's it.
My name is Mike McIntosh. I've been involved with Friends of Temagami in various capacities. Originally, Fran, you might correct me on this, I want to say around 2006 when we were working on the Temagami integrated plan, And then I've been involved on and off in various capacities since then.
My name is Mike McHugh. I've been involved with Friends of Temagami for 16-ish years, if not more. Was past secretary and vice president, and yeah, still here, and we're doing good work. Let's keep it up.
My name's Zach Daywell. Been with FOT for probably 5 or 6 years now. I fell in love with the place many, many years ago, and I can't stop coming back here. It's the only place I really paddle anymore. I'm interested in the forestry aspect and trying to keep them from cutting it all down at least, and keep up the good work.
I'm Darren Davidson. I'm a local. I live just in the Whisker. So Temagami's always been my backyard playground. I've been a member of FOT for 3 or 4 years now. First time being here at the AGM because it's the first time I had the weekend off. And yeah, just to get involved more and maybe help out some of the maintenance stuff.
Francis Boyd. Most of you know, I own and operate Smooth Water along with my partner, Johanna, who just left. I was going to ask her to say hi, but she did. I'm the founding member of Friends of Temagami and the past president.
Ted Mitchell. I'm a new member of FOT. Have lived up in this area a couple of years, but most of my body lives down south, unfortunately. And interested in old growth.
Dan Dayball, new member, and just enjoyed
She agrees.
Sorry, my name is James Harr. I think I've been a member 2 or 3 years, not very long, but started coming to Temagami when my kids, one who was scaling over there, started coming to camp here. And much like anybody else said, once you come here, there's something about this place, and noticing the Friends of Temagami signs on the thunder boxes, you know, there's an organization that you can help back, so that's why we do.
Nikki Brooker. I'm a resident here on Lake Temagami. I've only been a member for the last 1 year, and I just renewed recently, and I'm concerned with the health of Lake Temagami. With the spraying of the trees with the forest and development along the shoreline.
I'm Dave Hill. Been a director since Alec nominated me. I can't remember how long. I was a member of the Temagami Wilderness Society back in '88, '89. That became Earth Week. FOT, I'm not sure how long I've been involved with it, but I think I really like the idea of a group that would work looking after it and maybe in the future make it a national park. That was, a pipe dream now, I guess.
Meg?
Hi, I'm Megan Steves, and this is May. I'm currently on the board as secretary, although I've been on mat leave, so my assistants have been looking after that. I guess I've been involved with FOT as long as PJ has been around, hanging out with these riffraff, and currently childminder to the heir to the throne.
Who, interestingly, is FOT's youngest member. She got a membership for her first birthday. We're not entirely too sure how that works in the voting scheme of things.
Mom has the proxy.
Yeah.
I'm John. Yeah. I've been a member for a few years and love Temagami and support that FOT is bringing to the area. Other people too.
And I'm Mercedes. I grew up in North Bay and am a teacher and also the director of a summer camp that sends a lot of kids up into this area. And it's a home to Mike and I and our family as often as it can be. And I'm on the board as well. I'm just really happy to be here and with everybody and new and old. So thank you and welcome. We know that it can take a lot to come up. We've got some people that have made some pretty long drives or maybe put some plans on hold in order to be with us today. So we really do appreciate that and want to acknowledge that for choosing to spend your time with us. We really appreciate it. And if you're at home as well, thank you for tuning in.
I'm just going to say, mention a couple of things about the live stream. So we've got a couple of guests that are going to be joining us throughout the morning. We will be bringing them in through our StreamYard. For those that are viewing at home, if you're watching on our website, which I have to mention, I figured out how to put it on our website. And for an IT deficit knowledge kind of guy, I was pretty impressed with myself. But here's the thing. So if you're watching from the website, you don't have an option of commenting on the video or the meeting. But if you go to and watch the live stream through YouTube, you should be able to comment on the video on YouTube, and it should come up for us here. So if anybody has comments or questions, they can offer a comment on the live stream within YouTube. It might take us a few minutes to catch up and to be able to deal with the question, but it would be good. It would also be good if somebody would give that a try, because nobody has commented yet. So if somebody could try commenting, and then we'll know. That's what I had to say about the live stream thing. Should have probably done that first.
So that moves us to proof of quorum. We have 142 members right now with FOT, which is great. And we need a fifth of that to make quorum. So that would be 28. We have 21 proxy votes and clearly enough people here to meet quorum. So that's wonderful. And thank you for everyone that maybe they're not here but sent in proxy votes. If you have received a proxy vote, we will let you know if we need to use them. All right. The next item is to review the agenda. Was the agenda sent out to everybody?
It was. Maybe a little bit of a glitch that I'm hearing. So I think the live stream, when it got set up, might have been, I checked it off that it was okay for kids, and it looks like you can't comment on it.
You can't comment.
So unfortunately, I don't think it is possible if somebody with Wi-Fi could go. Actually, as we're working on it, I'll do it here because we have to go through our YouTube account. So I'll try and address that as we're moving forward, and we'll see how it goes. Sorry.
That's okay. So time to review it if you haven't seen it. So sorry about that. Do we have any additions to it or anything that people want to add now?
Yes, I have an addition. Just, I could actually do it right now and get it taken care of. For those that aren't aware, we were finally able to get Alex Broadbent, our past, one of our past presidents. He was nominated and awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award, and so we were able to get that to him this past fall. He was very pleased about it. He got a nice paddle. He gets a lifetime membership, and our huge appreciation to Alex. So there's my addition taken care of.
Okay. So we will flow through some items, and then we've got about 6 or 7 things here, and then we'll take a break and then come back. We've got a couple folks we're going to hear from, I think, online, and then come back for a little bit, have lunch, and then after lunch, we will have Dave Ward, who's the superintendent of the Temagami Parks Cluster, come and spend some time with us, which is wonderful. And then hopefully we'll be done early afternoon so that we can have the afternoon together and evening to have some nice social time with our guest, Mary Larone, that will be with us, which will be wonderful after dinner, as well as John Wayne Potts for some music in the evening. So got a wonderful day ahead of us. And here we go. So with that, the additions to the agenda, can I get a motion to approve the current agenda for those that can see it? So I know that's a little bit exclusive, but for those of you that have seen it, anyone make a motion to approve the agenda, accept the agenda, please.
I've seen it, so I'll make a motion to accept.
Thank you. I can second, Melanie. Great. So the first thing is the Board of Directors elections and acclamations.
This is very fun.
Which part? The online part?
No, the board of directors stuff. I think I've actually maybe figured out YouTube. Very good. Do you want me to get started with it? And so there's a few points to make. There are 14, our bylaws allow for 14 directors. We have over the past had a full board at times. There's only been a couple of times where we've run into having more people interested than directors' positions. I don't foresee that happening this year, but we also don't know that. Any FOT member in good standing is certainly welcome to join the board of directors, and anybody can nominate somebody else. There's a little bit of a process with it, but this year is kind of an interesting year because the 12 directors, the 12 current directors, of those 12, none of us are up for renewal or the terms. Our terms are still current, and so that varies from year to year. Sometimes we've had a few years where almost the whole board is up. We spoke a little bit about trying to stagger that some, but we didn't see it being a big issue. So the idea would be that that we would the membership will go through the process of nominations and accepting those nominations, and if nothing surprising happens, then it should be short and sweet, and we should be good this morning. Although feel free to surprise me. I'm happy to be surprised.
Oh, great. So with that being said, are there any nominations for board of directors for?
I nominate Sonia Watson.
I will second that nomination.
This is the exciting part where I guess do we go through all nominations first and then people accept?
No, I think we could probably accept.
I think last year we did it all rapid fire.
Yeah, I think we just
More
focus.
rapid fire.
Sonia, interested?
Yes, I accept.
Very good. I would like to nominate Mike McIntosh.
I'll second that. I happily accept, thank you.
Very good. Sadie's jumping for joy.
I felt like I couldn't do it because of the conflict of interest. But that, just for the record, you can't be chair again because you used to be and then I took it over. So I'm not just so you know. Are there any other nominations? And we need to go through elections. Thank you. Appointment of officers.
So very good. So we've got Sonia and Mike that are taking up the other two directors' positions. So that was easy and without any particular need for voting. I should mention as well that, and I think this has been a recurring theme, but we really want to we really want to emphasize that you don't have to be on the board of directors to be involved and helping out with the Friends of Temagami. We'll address, or I'll address that issue of trying to get people involved a little bit later. But really, the board of directors is, there to direct, make decisions, take the organization in the right direction, but we can always use more help. Interestingly, and I don't think we have to worry about the formality of it, but so the board is chosen by the membership, and then the executive is chosen by the board. So in theory, we're going to put a pause on the general meeting, move to a quick directors meeting without going anywhere. We'll just do it right here. And then we'll come up with the executive, and then we'll jump back to general meeting sort of thing, yeah?
Okay. So in terms of officers on the board, we do have president, vice president, treasurer, secretary. And then with that, there can also be, it doesn't have to be necessarily one treasurer, one secretary. We have opportunities to be assistants. I was about to say assistant to the regional manager, which is not a thing, but there are positions available for that. And as PJ said, it is really amazing that you do not have to be a director to be involved, but being a director does come obviously with some commitments and some meetings every couple of months online or on the phone that we would ask that people consider when they're thinking also about becoming an officer. So in terms of elections, how it would work is we would nominate somebody for that role, and then that person would get seconded, and then they would accept or decline. So for example, I nominate PJ for the role of president.
I'll second.
PJ?
I don't know.
Stop it.
I'll
It's not
accept.
funny.
I'll accept.
Do we have any nominations for vice president? We can have open vacancies. That's okay. We currently don't have a VP, and that's within our bylaws to do. So if there are no nominations for vice president, then we'll move to treasurer.
Any nominations for vice president? Anyone?
Bueller.
What about Emily? Did she accept that? Isn't she?
I'll second that nomination.
Yeah.
Except you still have to take minutes.
Yes. Currently assistant secretary.
In terms of treasurer, has anyone spoken to our current treasurer?
I have.
Okay.
So she is more than willing to stay on as treasurer. So we have her acceptance. I'll nominate her to continue as treasurer. That'd be Amber Ellis.
I second that.
That was easy.
We have had assistant treasurers in the past, if there is anybody that's interested in that aspect of the organization. And I know that Amber does enjoy having support and help, so if there's anyone interested in that role, we can ask you to hi, John. Okay, secretary. I will nominate Megan to be secretary when she's able.
Technically, I'm back to work. So.
We have an extended maternity leave program.
About 18 months.
I will second that nomination.
I will accept.
Assistant secretary. Any folks interested in that? I don't think we talked about this before, but do you want to be a part of it?
Sure.
So I nominate Dave Hill to be assistant secretary.
Okay, second, Madam Secretary.
Oh yeah, if anybody wants to be my assistant, I insist that they call me my assistant.
Sorry, that was seconded by Mike McHugh.
Thanks,
Dave?
Mikey.
And Dave accepted? Great. Any other nominations? All right, thank you, board. Can I get a motion to accept the appointment of officers, please? By a board member.
I motion to accept.
One second.
It's always a race to second.
No one wants to be the first, but.
All right, great. So now we'll jump back to general meeting for everyone. And that is the review of the 2020 AGM or 2021 AGM minutes. That was online. So those of you that joined us online, thank you for that. So if you've had an opportunity to review those minutes, I have a motion to accept the minutes, last year's minutes.
I will offer that motion to accept them. Just need somebody to second it.
I second.
Thank you. In terms of business arising from those minutes, did anything come of that?
You know, there's likely a whole bunch, but it gets covered throughout the day. So
That brings us to you, PJ, with Alan Jacobs.
yeah, so you know, the one very cool thing about the organization is that lots of us are good friends and lots of us paddle together and we see each other often. There are a number of FOT members that I've never met. Unfortunately, I came about it because our one of our emails bounced from his email, and so I did a little bit of looking around trying to find him so I could contact him. But we did lose a lifetime member in Alan Jacobs. I believe it was June-ish of this year. Does anybody know Alan? He was instrumental in the CCR chat group. He was quite a big organizer with that. He was, I think he was.
Is he a friend of David Dillon's?
That I don't know.
No, he was a WCA, one of, I want to say founding members of WCA, Wilderness Communities.
Right. Engineering prof at UFT, I believe. Anyway, some sad news. We don't have very many lifetime members, but we did lose Alan Jacobs this year. So for anybody that did know him, our condolences, and yeah, that's it.
Great. You're up again.
Very good. So my turn for the President's Report, which, you know, I have in the past tried to do, sit down and do something a little bit more formal. I will say this year, in years past, we've had a really sort of information intensive meetings, and they often go till, you know, 5:30, and everybody's just done by the end of the day. And so this year we had a bit of a plan to have our guest speaker in the afternoon, do the meeting a little bit faster and quicker, and have our guest speaker in the afternoon, and then some evening entertainment. This year we're super fortunate to have Mary Lerone coming this evening, but there was a little bit of a timing or coincidental dates with General Assembly for TFN and TAA. So that's going on out at on Bear Island today, and she wasn't available to join us in the afternoon. So the idea with today's meeting will be, we're going to try and get through the stuff quickly, and we're going to try to be finished, I don't know, mid-afternoon sometime. Enough time for people to be able to go for a walk, go for a sauna, that sort of thing. And then something that we've not been good at in the past. But in the next weeks, months, I will offer more of a formal president's report that we will email out to the membership as we try and ramp up our communication piece of the organization. So I will keep it short and sweet. There are a couple of personal things that came up for me in the past year that were that made it tough for me to focus and do a whole bunch of work. One was the biggest one, and I still can't believe that it is as hard on me as it is, but I lost my older dog, Medazlan, and it's still tough on me. I'm astounded at how tough it's been. Not that it's a bad thing, because it's not a bad thing, but that has been hard on me. Of course, work for myself is not easy these days in the time of COVID. And so not only are we working short-staffed and busier than ever, it's hard to find some time at work to do FOT stuff, which in fairness, that's what I have done in the past. So that's been a bit of an issue, but we've had good positive movement towards having more help with the organization. So Emily has been an amazing asset, not only to me personally, but to the organization, and she has been able to support me and support the work that I need to do. There are a number of projects with the organization that we have on the go. We'll speak to all of those projects as we move throughout the day. Some have slowed down, some have been put on pause for other reasons. I am looking forward to, now that we're certainly not past COVID, but now that we're sort of functioning a little bit more and getting used to this idea, I'm looking forward to getting some of those programs back up and running in the next year, over the next year. We have some exciting potential to, I always want to be careful about starting new projects and whatnot, given that we at times struggle to maintain the ones we do. But I think it's important that we are able to do that and to be able to try and grow the organization. And so there are some exciting things going on there. I think that is it. I will offer a little bit more detailed president's report, and we'll email that out, and it won't be within the next week or two, but before the end of the year for sure. Yeah. I think I'm up again, eh? For a few. I have, so Amber had sent some financial details to the board of directors a couple of weeks ago. She would normally do the treasurer's report, and of course she isn't here today. So she has been kind enough to offer a little note, which I'm basically going to read to you guys. So she has attached the two documents that include the income statement and the comparative numbers and cash flow report for 2022. Amber mentions 2021 income notes. So she has kept things simple in the report. Sales, memberships, donations are combined. Bob does keep track of that, which we will address in a few minutes. We operated with a small deficit in 2020, which she has listed as $1,300, and a surplus in 2021 of $7,000. The major expense in the last 2 years has been our mapping project. We did receive approximately $15,000 in grant money to go towards employing Sarah. I don't have the actual numbers of how much the organization's part of that was. I'm going to estimate it was about $6,000 that we had agreed to. In terms of the mapping project, it is not, there's not a current expense other than our software and whatnot. Sarah and I will speak to it, but Sarah and I have sort of been in a holding pattern a little bit, but she has not, she's not submitted any hours, nor have I submitted any hours for her probably in 18 months or so. We are using more online platforms and expenses have gone up a little bit. Although I will mention there are some glitches in what Amber is seeing. So we used to, Rob Nelson used to do all of our IT stuff. He would pay for web hosting, the little extra expense to MailChimp. He would pay all himself, and then he would send the invoice to FOT and we would reimburse him. That has changed since we were able to get, believe it or not, we only got debit cards for our account last year, maybe 2 years ago. We were still writing checks to everybody. And so we've been able to get those debit cards, and all of our online expense stuff automatically gets deducted from our through our bank card. So I think what Amber is seeing is there's more payments directly from our account, and that's why it looks like that expense has gone up, but it really hasn't, because it was really Rob that was paying it, and then we were paying Rob. There certainly are some new expenses. So we do have an Avenza account that our new maps will eventually be available on. There's Kaylin might be able to help me out, Esri program.
ArcMap, yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right, ArcMap. That Sarah uses to build and edit our mapping files. I kind of forget. So there have been a few increases. Shipping costs are high. That's never not been the case. Interestingly, for the most part, people pay for their own shipping in the price of the item. So if you go online and buy a t-shirt, we don't offer the t-shirt for a certain amount and then it says shipping's $8.95 or what have you. It's just built into the price of the product. And so, for example, to buy a t-shirt here, it's $20. To buy a t-shirt online, it's $22. It's more than $2 to ship the t-shirt, but not much more. It's like $3.18. The big difference is, or the big issue, are the rolled tap maps, and they are almost more expensive to ship than they are to buy. Map, I believe, is $38 and it's like $40 to ship it. There's no way around that. We have tried various courier companies, and there are people that have a concern about paying that shipping, if they're coming by Temagami or Midland or North Bay, we try and sort of get the map to them. But ultimately, people are paying the price of the shipping. So those maps still continue to sell well. And there's really not any way around that. Bob has recently gone in and increased the price of all of our products to some extent to compensate for that rise in shipping fees. So that was just done recently. I don't have the exact details on that, but we do basically get that shipping is paid for within the product. Sometimes, for example, if I send a T-shirt to the United States, it costs, we buy the T-shirt for $10, we sell it for $22. We generally make $7 or $8 off the sale of a T-shirt. If I mail it to the United States, the shipping is much more, and we actually don't make any money off of the T-shirt, but we don't lose any money either. So it isn't very common that they ship down there, but there's an example of stuff that we haven't got into the details of paying that shipping, and I don't think it's a big concern for us often as it happens. Amber continues to use bank statements to track finances, and she does not have online access to our account. And the reason for that was because she wasn't available to come to the bank in North Bay and get these debit cards when we had them. We need to address that so that she's able to, track and do the accounting in real time. It's just a matter of there's not any good way. We've tried to go various routes where she could maybe drop into a bank of Nova Scotia in Toronto and do that signing. The bank I haven't checked with them in a while, but they really have no option other than to have Amber attend in North Bay. The use of the bank cards has been massive for us. So again, I would go to the post office and ship a few T-shirts. I would pay for it personally, and then every once in a while I would ask Bob to write me a check to reimburse me. Having the capacity to do this online banking has been a game changer for us, for sure. There are a couple of things to mention. So somehow or another, we thought we had those cards set up so that, for example, we bought some T-shirts that we could send in e-transfer. We can, but we're limited to doing it. We're only able to do it for $1,000. That's the limit on our e-transfer stuff, which is a pain because then you end up spending 3 days trying to pay an invoice because you have to pay it in increments of 1,000. So that needs to be addressed. There are those few issues, but we are doing much better with our banking and online access. Amber will continue to work with our auditor and get the auditing statements prepared as soon as possible. 2022 cash flow notes. The bank balance at the end of September was just over $73,000. I believe it's a little higher now. We've had a couple of lifetime memberships, but it really doesn't change much. Without having any evidence, we basically move along in this organization at a nice even keel. So our membership and our sales sort of pays for the online stuff, and there isn't a significant change in our overall balance. We have a operating surplus of $15,000 or so far this year. Income and expenses are down in comparison to last year. The big thing with that will be we haven't been paying Sarah as we were last year. I do have to speak with Amber. I don't think our expenses are down so much because we've just transitioned over to, instead of Bob writing checks to compensate each person that's has some expenses, I think it's just been, the use of the debit cards, and I don't think she's not including that into the expense part of things, I think. Anyway, I need to clarify that with Amber. She does say if anybody has any questions, she is available to chat this evening. I think she's actually talking to me. She wrote this yesterday. But if anybody does have any questions or concerns or comments about the financial component of the organization, I'm happy to get you together with Amber and myself, Bob, or whoever, and we can discuss it. Anybody have any questions? We are fortunate to have Amber, and we're fortunate to have reasonably good access to an accountant that does go over our books each year and sort of signs off on it that nothing untoward is happening. Yeah, any other questions? I do have those PDF files. We don't have a great way of sharing them online, nor do I think we likely should, simply because that YouTube stream is not necessarily secure. So, I mean, most of the viewers would have had to have the link, but anybody could actually go to our website and YouTube and watch that. So, yeah.
Okay. Can I have a motion to accept the treasurer's report, please?
Is that the motion to accept the treasurer's report?
Oh, so fast. Great. So that does move us to the sales report, but I do see that more details will be presented at a later date. You kind of covered that a little bit in terms of like shipping cost and that still is one of the big things. Do you want to move on from that?
Yeah, what we will do. So the sales have pretty much maintained the status quo for the organization. I don't have specific numbers because I was hoping that Bob was going to attend, but also we can share that at a later date, more detailed report. A couple of things to note, they will be covered later in the day. We are running short of both our mapping products. So the companion map, there are probably only 20 left or so. And people, and not people, but some of the businesses have requested, have been looking to resupply on that map. We've not been able to do that, but that's only been recently. So the plan is there will be a map available at some point this winter, one way or another, either a reprint of our current companion map or the new map that we are currently working on. The other piece to note, we are also running low of our Temagami adventure planning map. There are probably 50 or 60 of those left. They obviously need to be reprinted, so we're going to be working on that this winter. There won't be any updated edition, so it will remain the 3rd edition, but will be a reprint of that 3rd edition. We do plan, I'm not so sure if anybody's going to be super surprised by this, but we do plan to carry on the Save Souls campaign and to ramp that up again. And so our Save Souls t-shirts, which we have some available this weekend, which have not been made available online, we will be making those available online. Once we sort of catch up from this weekend and the AGM and have the time, they have been very popular. So I have a little bit of a concern that we get them up online and we're going to be spending all our free time mailing t-shirts, but we'll figure that out. I think that's it for the sales piece. So reprints of both our maps are required, and it remains to be seen what we are going to do with the companion map, whether it will be a reprint of the old version or whether we will try to hold tight and try and get the new map done.
PJ, question.
Yeah.
What are the physical businesses that sell these maps or plans?
Well, it has been, so it's been a little bit of a struggle for us. For a number of years, we had a few people that were like doing, doing sales work in Western Ontario, and they would contact those businesses down there and see if they needed more maps. Bob would do the northern region. I'm not at all a business person, nor am I a salesman, nor am I. So anyway, I was quite surprised that if a business runs out of a product, I thought that a business would contact you and say, we need more product. But as it turns out, I guess that's not really the way it works. The way it works is somebody's got to stay after them and say, do you want more product? Do you want more product? Do you need more product? Anyway, it has worked out in the last couple of years where we don't really do any of that stuff. We wait until these businesses get in touch with us and ask for a product. And in all honesty, they are so popular that businesses have been doing that. So I don't have the list of businesses that have them, but there are a number. There's that outdoor.
The favorites?
Yeah, so there's the Faves in North Bay. There is that outdoor orientated in St. Catharines. Canadian Outdoor Equipment has some maps. The Complete Paddler, although they require more maps, they are sold there. Yeah, there are a few others, but I can't think. Oh yeah, for sure.
London Paddle Shop.
Yeah, Smooth Water, of course, and pretty much everybody, particularly Smooth Water and Temagami Outfitting, have been huge sellers of those maps, and both are in need of supply. So we have to address that issue. But we do I think we do a half decent job because we're coming up this way all the time, or at least Bob is. We do come past the two main outfitters in Temagami, so we're able to keep them supplied. Lefebvre's in North Bay has been, they just started selling the map, and they've been going through inventory quickly. So they are selling well. I think, if anybody wanted to take up the project, we could likely use somebody to do a little bit of sales work and whatnot. But much like other things in the organization, it kind of speaks for itself, and the reputation is out there, and it just happens that way. Yeah. Any other questions about sales? We could, we could likely use somebody to, sort of run a little email campaign, midwinter or something to see who was interested in supply and whatnot. But, unless we've got that specific resource, then we just wait until they contact us, really.
Any questions about that? Or anyone interested in lending a hand tracking what their maps are?
With that question, don't feel like you necessarily have to raise your hand now. You can if you want, but you can also just get in touch with one of us in the next little while. And if you're interested, we'll try and get you started the best we can.
Sorry, question. Might it be useful to have a list on our website of which businesses carry your product?
Yeah, we've tried that in the past.
Keeping them stocked.
Yeah, that is one of the problems, right? Is that, if we list the supplier and then for whatever reason they run out of stock and we're not able to resupply them. But yeah, there is likely value in going back and doing that because, and particularly with the tap map, it is expensive to ship. So we do frequently get questions about what businesses are have those mapping products. So there probably is some value in making that list. It has been the last year or two, the website has been left to me. I am sort of figuring it out a little bit, but I'm not a web designer and I've messed things up a little bit. It's still totally functional. Jesse Rogers, who is watching on YouTube, he has volunteered to do some of our IT stuff. He has some experience with Squarespace, which our website is, I don't even know what you want to call that. It's hosted by, I guess, or so we do have some people that are going to be looking at the website, so we could put that on the list. Sarah has also mentioned that she can do some of the website stuff as well, and does have a plan to do some of those map related stuff. So it would be good to put them on the list, and we can just put a little note, we're unsure of actual stock and that sort of thing.
All right. Questions? Can I have a motion to accept the sales report, please, by Director?
Sure.
Oh, 10 seconds again. It's like you should get points or something. They would be fake points, but we'll try to give you something. Right, so we do have someone that's going to be joining us online to talk about the Save Wolf Lake update. However, that's not for a few minutes still. So PJ, I'm wondering if there's something later on the agenda that we can touch on now, like maybe even like 2023 events or something that would get us, because that's not until about 10:30, and then we would have a break after that, if folks are good with that.
That's right. Yeah, that sounds good. What time are we at?
It's 10 after 10 now.
10 after 10. So we can cover a few of the items. Sarah is going to join us hopefully for the mapping project update, and it will be a similar thing. Probably, I've told her approximately 11. It's one of the things that we had to try and line up for today was where things were on the agenda and when people were available. But we could cover a number of things actually.
We could also, if people are interested, if we cover something quick for like 5 minutes and then take a break to come back for Franco at 10:30.
Yeah, let's do that. 2023 events, which is at item 17, that should be short and sweet. So the Ontario Winter Camping Symposium, November 5th, Mike? 5th, in Waterloo, organized by David Bain. This is, I think, the 4th annual. He has run backcountry camping symposium in the spring, which is like going on 11 or 12 years now. FOT has been at every one of those symposiums. They're a wonderful day. They have 4 or 5 guest speakers, and I think that there are several of us in the room that have presented at those symposiums over the years. David and the organizers have always been wonderful to FOT, so it's of no charge for us to go. And we take sort of a smaller version of our booth because there isn't a bunch of room. This year there's been a change of venue. It's going to be at, I think, in the hall of one of the United Churches in Waterloo. There is information on our Facebook page and links to the symposium. Just talking with Mike McHugh last night. So we have been going to the Outdoor Adventure Show for a number of years. That got paused over COVID, but we are planning on attending this year. There is some cost to attending, but we get a significant discount for being a nonprofit organization, and it has been by far our biggest, most successful event. People are super interested in stopping by the booth and chatting with people, and it generates a number of new members and good sales and whatnot. In the past couple of years, we've partnered with Smooth Water. Not had a chance to speak with Fran about that, but will. And that's been a wonderful partnership because we can split the cost of the booth. It works out well that we're side by side, and we're able to, when questions arise about outfitting or that sort of thing, then we can, basically just reach out and put our arm around Fran or Johanna or whoever's there for Smooth Water, and vice versa. People can, people that stop by Smooth Water and we're right there anyway. It has worked out very well. So I suspect that will happen again, but we'll get that settled with Fran. What else have we got? We'll have the Ontario Backcountry Camping Symposium. We're going to Australia in the spring. Of note, and we can maybe talk about it a little bit more, but the Canoe Festival in Temagami has been on hold. There's not been a bunch of talk about getting that started again, although I should note that John Chanko is now heading up the rec department for the municipality of Temagami, and will likely have some interest in that. I think it was a good event, but a massive undertaking to organize it. So that's a potential for this year as well. We spoke a little bit about maybe having a winter get together, which is generally directors, but the odd member comes along, and I mean, it can't be huge because it's at Mike and Sadie's house. So, but we haven't really set it.
Bigger, so
Yeah.
come on over.
We haven't really set a date for that, but we'll consider that and let folks know. And then, of course, the AGM for next year, which I believe is the 16th of October, but 14th on the other direction. We'll chat more about that. Do you want to do a quick break?
Yeah, it just the events thing. I just want to give a shout out to everyone that does work on the booth, and Mike McHugh's been instrumental in this over the years, and Zach and folks that just are able to help us out, usually in Southern Ontario. So thank you for that. Kind of a high extrovert kind of time of day, but it's they can be really fun. So if anyone's interested or involved, and wants to get involved in the booth, please let us know. Or if you have an event in mind that you know about that maybe would be good for us to bring our booth to, please let us know. But I think with that, I think it would be great for a break. It's 10:15, and if we can come back for 10:30, that also gives us a chance to get Franco online, who'll be joining us, and so you don't have to be here for our tech glitches piece. You can just get I think there's coffee and water, and take care of your whatever self-care pieces you need. And can we break until 10:30? Do I need a motion for that, or?
I don't think so. I think we're good. I will mention for those online on the live stream, we're not going to pause the live stream. It will just potentially muck us up. So we'll just let things play out. Yeah.
I will be changing the battery in the camera, but.
Oh, we have to change the battery in the camera. So we might go blank for a little bit, but don't worry. We're still, there hasn't been a terrorist attack at Smoothwater, nothing we hope.
Yeah, it doesn't smell good either. When's that happening? When's that happening?
I don't know.
Yeah, Larry. Pretty good. Yourself?
Not bad.
Yeah.
Aches and pains.
Is all right?
There is coffee available at
Knees
the
are
on the
giving me
board.
trouble.
mute the cam. So I think it's back there. Do you want me to?
What's up?
Now I can hear you, PJ.
Oh.
This was my, so you can.
Yours?
Told I need to use my teacher voice.
Okay, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Franco.
So Franco is joining us.
All right. So.
Can you?
How are we
You're
good
good.
here, Franco?
You're good.
I'm good. I can hear you. Did everybody hear me? You seem to be going in and out.
I'm going to introduce Franco Mariotti. He has been well involved with the Save Wolf Lake Coalition, and he is going to offer us an update. There's been some exciting stuff to update people on.
Can I start, PJ?
Go for it.
Okay. Thanks, everybody, for the opportunity. Some exciting things have happened in the last few months that really have created opportunities to really pursue protecting Wolf Lake. So I'm going to bring you up to date on what's been happening and then propose some action items. So it began in July when the new federal minister of the environment, Stephen Guilbeault, I may be pronouncing that wrong, so I apologize. But at any event, he came to Sudbury for a tree planting event with Dr. Jane Goodall. I was out of the province at that time, but one of our supporters, Dr. Jane Cox, volunteered to approach him and talk to him about protecting Wolf Lake. And surprise, surprise, he had heard of Wolf Lake before. And I subsequently found out that it was because our science director, when I say our, Science North science director, Julie McCulloch, had talked to him about Wolf Lake just a day or two before. So that was very exciting. Then what happened was early September, our new MP, Vivian Lapointe, federal MP, she accepted our offer to go out to Wolf Lake. So there were 8 of us plus Vivian and her assistant Haley. And we had a full day out at Wolf Lake showing her several sites. And I think the neatest thing was actually being immersed in the old growth and talking about the issues right there really made a big difference. Vivian really seemed to listen to what we said. And she seemed sincerely touched by the place. So I should just mention quickly, most of you may know Vicky Mather and Naomi. They were there, but also there was Will Kershaw. He's Ontario Parks planner, and Will has been a long supporter of wanting Wolf Lake protected. And there was a couple of biologists from Laurentian, Dr. Peter Beckett and Dr. Corton. And also Jane and her husband Gary came along. Anyway, It was a very positive experience, but equally important was later on in the day, Chief Rourke from Wanapate First Nations joined us to express their views about Wolf Lake. I do not want to talk on his behalf, but what I do want to say is that Wanapate First Nation is very supportive of what we are doing. I think at some point in the near future, they will probably do a public release about their stance about Wolf Lake. Anyway, it all was extremely positive. A key action from that, so I'm going to read some of this to make sure I don't forget it, but a key action from that day was for MP Lapointe to speak directly to the federal minister, Guilbeault, about having Wolf Lake protected and how to place Wolf Lake on that candidate list for the federal conservation project 25 for 25 and or 30 for 30. So just a few days after that field trip, she did exactly that. The environment minister's response was that he would like to work cooperatively with this provincial government. He further stated that one of the ways that the feds could help out is the example of what they did with the British Columbia government, where the feds gave $50 million to protect old growth forests. So that's an example. Ms. Lapointe, our MP, further suggested that on our part, we need to keep Wolf Lake in the public's eye and to keep applying pressure and awareness to the provincial ministers to protect Wolf Lake. So on October 4th, just a week and a half ago, the federal minister of the environment, Monsieur Guilbeault, responded to our invitation to visit Wolf Lake and to meet with him. He could not, I can imagine his busy schedule, but he suggested that we talk to Atara Shannon, who is the Assistant Deputy Minister for the Department's Canadian Wildlife Service. So I have sent a similar request to Ms. Shannon, and I'm currently waiting her response. I think at the very least, a meeting will be called upon to state our case why Wolf Lake, and the evidence, of course, present evidence why Wolf Lake should be protected. So at the very least, what we want out of the outcome for that meeting is for Wolf Lake to be placed on that list of candidate areas that need protection. One last thing that happened a few weeks ago, some of you may have heard of Dr. John Gunn with Living with Lake Center out of Laurentian. He is a freshwater biologist. He, in cooperation with Dr. John Small from Queen's University, sent a crew to Wolf Lake to retrieve sediment samples at the bottom of the lake. And the reason why this is significant is that they hope that these samples from Wolf Lake will act as an historical baseline of information. What they would do with these sediments is study the pollen, seed, and diatoms embedded in the sediments and recreate the environments pre-European, at contact, at what happened during industrializations from some of these smelters, and post-acid rain impacts. We know that since 2015, all freshwater fish that used to live in Wolf Lake have returned. There is life back in Wolf Lake. And some of you may not know that Wolf Lake is a lake trout reserve, which I just found out of half a year ago. So this thing is another reason why Wolf Lake needs to be protected, because of its historical and scientific perspective. So that's a very quick update. So what we hope to propose, we've met a few times, I say the supporters here, and some of the action items, clearly we need to reinstate a letter writing campaign of all those people interested on Wolf Lake to write letters to the ministers asking for protection. I think Naomi has sent PJ a copy of what kind of a letter could go out to supporters. Of course, we will follow up with the Canadian Wildlife Service and let you know what will happen there. I should add that Earth Roots in the past year has been helping out in the logistics of our meetings through Zoom and has promoted writing letters regarding Wolf Lake through their own newsletter online, which has been great. And one of the action items was to reinstate connection with Friends of Temagami. And I understand PJ has suggested that Jesse Rogers is interested in participating in our meetings, and we would welcome that very much. So all in all, that's a very quick timeline of what's been happening and our proposed actions, and we're open to further suggestions. And if anybody has any questions, please do so.
What is it?
Yeah.
Do you want to come closer?
Frank, I don't know if you can see me. Nice seeing you again. It's Mike McIntyre. Anything changed with regards to the 21-year lease that was renewed 2014-ish or thereabouts? Has any of the status changed with regards to the mining lease?
You'll have to repeat that, PJ. I can't hear you very well.
Wait, should
Matt, be able
or
to.
should Mike be talking?
It's in front of the camera if you just want to come
Or
around.
just repeat the question. Has anything changed in regards to the mining lease, the 21-year lease over the area?
Changed. Other than we have heard that Inventus, the mining exploration company, is having some financial troubles. Albeit that is rumors, but those are good rumors if they are true. They do not have any immediate plans to drill on the east side of the lake, which is really, really good. Oh, I should also add that finally, after 2 years of trying, we had a first face-to-face meeting with MNDM. Inventus did not want to meet in that meeting, but we discussed our concerns with MNDM, and sadly, they are treating this as business as usual. When I say they, MNDM. So I don't think we're going to get very much support there. So that's why it's really important to apply pressures to that minister, and also get, I think, the feds involved to help state the case for Wolf Lake.
Does that answer your question, Mike?
Yeah.
Can you unmute us? I've got this muted. Yep. I think we are good, Franco. Can you hear me? Very good. I certainly appreciate we are looking forward to getting Jesse involved, and I'll help him with that transition, and we'll get our email campaign up and running, and yeah, some exciting stuff. Thank you very much.
PJ, lastly, PJ, we want to pursue one important thing for us would be when we do this coordinated letter writing. We know historically we've had a lot of people express interest in receiving information about Wolf Lake, and I believe Friends of Temagami has that list. I'm not suggesting your membership list. I'm suggesting the people who've expressed interest in Wolf Lake, and it'd be really nice if we could have that list, and we would use it only for that purpose. Not give it to anyone else, including Earthroots. We would not give it to them.
We're back on. Huh? So yeah, we are definitely interested in making that happen. We do have that concern that the list goes to other places, other organizations, which then creates a little bit of a legal issue in terms of how people signed up. We do have some other thoughts and options, but ultimately what we would like to do, Franco, is to get that Save Wolf Lake interest list out of the entanglement with our membership, and available to the coalition to use as they see fit. And that was one of the assurances that I was hoping to get from somebody, that this list wasn't going to be shared or used for other purposes. It really is not a huge concern for me, but that was good to have that assurance. So we'll make that happen.
I appreciate that very much. And I understand the legalities, but I think you'll find a way.
That's great. So I'll put that, I've got that down as an action item here for us.
Sounds good, Franco. You have a good day, and thank you again for your update.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great AGM.
Learning more about what the coalition has been up to, or wanting to jump in. We do have that update that Franco just gave us. I know it was a lot of information in a short period of time. So if anyone wants to go over that again, we do have it available in written form as well. So please let us know. That's great. Yeah.
There are a couple of things. So we do have run into some issues with the way things have developed through our MailChimp program and the way they were set up by Rob Nelson a few years ago. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's tangled. And so we can not only send out that update to the folks on the Save Wolf Lake list, but we can send it out to the FOT membership as well. I'll speak briefly about the concern of this interest list. So we, as an organization, did a whole bunch of the support of the coalition over the last number of years. And one of the things that we did was we hosted the website, the Save Wolf Lake website, and then that interest group. And so we've got a list of probably 1,000 emails over the years that want to stay updated. The coalition has been interested in, they've always had access to the list, but one of the things that happens is we then have to go and create the email and then send it out, us being me or Emily. So we still have that capacity to do that, and we will do that with this next letter, this next email. There are concerns about us giving up that list, which, quite frankly, I would be totally okay with FOT not having control of the list. Somebody else can have it within the coalition. My concern is specifically, and not that they have any malice necessarily, but I do have concerns about it going to other organizations and then those organizations using that list as a fundraising list, which would then literally violate the privacy stuff about signing up for an interest list. So it's good to get this stuff sorted out. We will see how it goes. So it gets a little bit more complicated, but later in the meeting, you will hear about our plan to totally shift our membership tracking program over to wild apricot. In which case MailChimp can then be cleaned up to only have the Save Wolf Lake interest group. It should also decrease the number on MailChimp below 1,000, which is the threshold before we start having to pay a little bit for that list. So that will be an advantage as well. And then over the next few months, we can figure out, with Jesse's help, we can figure out how to get that list out, isolate it. We can still use MailChimp. We can still, if it turns out that Jesse's got some time and whatnot, we could still maintain sending those updates out. But there was a little bit of a challenge with where that list was going to go. So that's the update there. As far as the organization's involvement in Save Wolf Lake, we've been highly involved over the years. The past year or so, I have not stayed updated, simply a lack of time and resource on my part. There is a plan for, I will get back involved, and Jesse Rogers, who is reasonably new to the organization, but he is, interestingly, the photo contest winner from a couple of years ago. He has expressed an interest. I spoke with Jesse a few days ago. So what we're going to try and do is get Jesse involved on behalf of FOT in the coalition. And then hopefully as we transition over, I'll be able to step back and Jesse can keep us updated, and he can represent FOT in that regard. It would be a huge advantage for me for that to happen. Does anybody have any questions about the Wolf Lake issue? There has been, so we haven't really looked at these assay results closely, but we do know that they really haven't found anything of any significance. And then this new potential financial trouble with Adventus. So, nobody wants to see a business not go well, but that'd be one business that I'd be okay with not going well. They haven't been, they honestly haven't been very nice to us over the years. We've chatted back and forth, and as most people know, they were in two years ago and made another big mess in there, despite their mess from 30 years ago is still there, that haven't cleaned up. But all of this update from Franco is wonderful news for sure.
Great. So yeah, lots going on there. If anyone else wants to get involved, definitely some amazing people working hard on that for a long time. So yeah, welcome, open to folks getting involved with that. Next up is our mapping project, which...
Can I back up to Wolf Lake for a second?
Please, yeah.
Did they knock over the tower?
Yes.
That's gone?
Yeah, they took it out of there.
It's too bad. Those are great PR opportunities. Yeah, thanks.
FOT mapping project.
So Sarah Benchek is online here. We don't have a great way of sort of having a two-way interaction, unfortunately, with the audio. But we did, I think we sort of coordinated.
Yeah, only one can talk at once.
Yeah. So what I'll do is, Sarah is here. I will offer an update from my piece. Sarah can offer an update from her piece and her side, and then we can do our best to try and answer questions between the two of us. And we'll see if we can coordinate that. So where to even start? So we had the mapping project started out with, we try and do a map of the Chiniguchi area and Solus. Sarah got into the mapping process and realized that if she was doing these two maps, she could reasonably do 12 maps. And we would have a set of 6 double-sided maps that covered the entire Temagami region. We've run into a number of glitches as we've gone through the process, although we have sorted out the majority of those glitches. So where we're at right now, from my standpoint, is we have the Obabica Maple Mountain. I think there's combined. I'd have to double check with Sarah, but So that map is reasonably ready to go. What we need to happen now is I am going to go in, have a look at it, see if make sure the portages are there, make sure the campsites are there. Sarah was able to, when she initially did the map layer for campsites, it was really just the campsites that were on a government database, and so there was a whole bunch of campsites missing, which I will reiterate that that these map products are significantly driven by our experience and our input. And there's a campsite here, and the portage is goes around the other side of the creek there. So she was able to get into the old hard drive and database and pull out that campsite information. So that's been a huge step forward. So the plan is now I'll go in, have a look. Sarah's going to help me figure out how I make minor edits. She's set up the program so that I can't mess it up, I hope. I can, put campsites in the middle of the lake and stuff, but I can't wipe out the whole map set. I'm hoping that that's going to be the case. When we have some certainty that that map is close to being good to go, then we will figure out a plan to reach out to some others to have a closer look at it and be sure that I'm not missing something. I mean, I'm certainly not the expert on where things are. One of the things that I'm going to be able to do is to have our old map in front of me, and we'll look and make sure that the campsites and portages are there. We haven't really figured out, so I'll be able to do those minor edits. At some point, we'd probably bring somebody else in to be able to do those minor edits. We do need to figure out some way of eventually getting the map out to a good number of people, and then have those number of people be able to offer feedback to a few people who are able to go in and make those edits on the map.
PJ, can I just interject for a second?
Yeah.
What map are we talking about? Is this the original, the maps that we published before, or is this the newer artistic rendition version of those maps?
So this is the new version of our companion maps. I guess it probably was confusing, but so we are eventually going to have 12 maps that are going to be combined, double-sided to 6 maps. We were doing it all together, but then we realized that they needed much more attention than they just needed to be looked at closely. So we have decided that we're going to work on the Obabica Maple Mountain new version of the map.
And can I ask, just why are we redoing that map that sold so well and in my opinion was near perfect?
Yeah, I agree. And Fran shared his concern as well. And I agree as well. Though there are some issues with continuing on with that map, in the sense that that map's not available digitally for us to change because of the way the data is set up. It's also not available electronically to make it available electronically. It also, and I don't really know the finer details of this, but as far as having a set of maps, it will fit the other 5 sets of maps. I full-heartedly agree with your concern about, we have a product that people love and has sold thousands of copies. The issue being is that it's trouble moving forward with it. We don't have a good way of doing edits on it. We don't have any of that capability. Sarah might be able to speak more to that, but she has been able to go in and look through that data. Initially, we didn't think that there was anything too usable, but we have discovered that Alex Broadbent has been able to help her find certain data, portage data. I think she found campsite data on her own, but we don't have a good way of doing anything new or making any edits to our current map. I do share your concern. Maybe one of the things that we do is we print more of these companion maps and we have them available as a legacy product or something along those lines. But as far as moving forward and being able to, and then the idea would be over the next number of years, we can, have 1 or 2 or 3 people that are responsible for, going in and being able to keep those maps up to date and current in pretty much real time. We'll have to figure out the printed version of the maps and how many we do of those, but the electronic version should be able to be updated in real time. And so those are the big advantages to going with a new set. Maybe the best idea would have been to do the Chinaguchi soulless map, but we knew that we were getting low on stock of this companion map. And so the idea is to have, we will at some point in the very near future make a decision about if we can get this new map up and running in good time for the paddling season 2023, then we'll stick with that. If there's reasonable doubt that we're going to be able to do that, then we will move forward with a reprint of our old companion map so that we are able to keep people supplied. Anything else? Any other questions? That's a super quick down and dirty update. But we will bring Sarah in, and we will do our best to try and answer questions. Hello, Sarah.
Hi, PJ. Hi, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the in-person AGM. I wish I could be there. That just did not work out scheduling-wise. Hopefully in the near future, though, be able to meet people in person. I think PJ summarized as much as can be summarized. The data as it is has been broken out into the 12 maps, or the 6 double-sided maps. As much has been gleaned from Alex Broadbent's older files as was possible. The data does need finalization and review, which is going to be done mostly by PJ and then hopefully by others as we can bring them in, which is great and exciting. And then we can move forward with the rest of the more terrain features and stylization of the maps. We do have conversations ongoing with Avenza to be able to offer the maps, as PJ was kind of alluding to, in a digital format so people can also take them like on their phones. And the digital format would either relay back to and giving them like some sort of incentive to buy the paper version and vice versa. So the paper version would also come with the download code for the digital version. And in the interim, we have 2 fairly well along applications, again, just to sort out the data components for it, that would be available on the website. One for trip planning, which is exciting to be able to hopefully connect with a lot of the directors and volunteers and members of Friends of Temagami to get their input on their favorite routes, and then we could be able to share them in a way that people can kind of select out based on how long they would like to go, their experience level, the kind of things they would like to see, and it would spit them out one of your favorite routes. And the other one would be for reporting and maintenance. So if someone was going on a trip through somewhere in Temagami and they've got a pin location of somewhere where there's a tree fall or an unmaintained campsite or something like that, something that needs maintenance or something that needs potential looking at on one of our excursions and trips where we can go and fix that, they'd be able to report it with photos and a pinned location. So that would be the other app, which are decently well along. Again, solidify some data and we will be off to the races. I hope that answers a lot of things. Further questions definitely available to answer questions.
How do we do this again?
Okay, I got it.
Does anybody have any questions? There are lots of details and, you know, intricacies that we're gonna have to sort out as we go forward. Just the idea of printing more maps and where they go and who does it. I honestly think that we need to explore the option of having a distributor. There is some notion of Sarah doing that for us. I haven't spoken with Sarah for a while about that idea, but I think it's going to be troublesome for us to continue expecting a volunteer to mail this stuff out. It is a ton of work, packaging up a map and filling an order. And I think our resources, by doing that, we generate a little bit more revenue for the organization. But I think it's probably something that we should consider looking at, having a distributor do it and then having a little less revenue generated to save the human resource for other things other than licking stamps and that sort of thing. There is that notion of Sarah potentially doing it, but we could also look for a distributor of some sort. Does anybody else have any questions? Yeah.
You just mentioned that with the new maps that you would get a code, so you could get a download on it. What kind of security would be around that code to stop people from sharing it?
Yeah, that's a fair question, and I don't particularly know. We'll get Sarah to maybe answer that, but I think that that's part of what Avenza would do for us. Is they're able to control access to the digital version of the map. Sarah, are you up for answering that?
Yeah, that is something that Avenza offers as a service when you are selling through their store. So we would be able to host and sell through Avenza, which is a free thing for us, which is nice. And then people get an individual code, and it only allows for one IP, basically IP address, to be able to download it. So each one is individual. You only get one download of it.
Maybe I missed this before, but I'm surprised about the online part, there's the mapping project aside, but then that online reporting and developing that feature and thing. I don't know if we discussed that before. But if that, I thought that would have been put on hold as was moving forward with all 12 maps. So what kind of financial commitment is FOT getting into if we continue moving forward? And then what's the expected timeline to get 6 double-sided maps out?
Right. I don't know whether we know that. In fairness, I don't know whether we know that. The two projects that are related to the website, the The reporting component is that project designed by the funding students a few years ago. It just needs to be plugged into the website. So, so I believe that that application is almost ready to go, and just needs to be plugged into the website and set up with the appropriate page. So that project has always been there. It was done for us by the collaboration with those funding students. It just needs to be put into the website.
And then who maintains that once it's up? Like then what's their involvement?
We'll have to figure that out. I think, and Sarah can offer more of an explanation, but I think it will like auto-populate into some sort of Excel document or some sort of document that one of us will have to go back, like go in and have a look at it and make note of, particular portage was, taken out by blowdowns or whatever, and we'll have to bring that back into a maintenance program. The trip planning component is a project that Sarah has spoken about for a little while. I've not mentioned it to the board as of yet, because we just spoke about it again recently. But the idea would be, as we've been ongoing for a number of years now, talking about, say, for example, I go in and write a little, ditty about doing the Babica diamond loop, right? And then it becomes a file that people are able to access that is tied into the map. So they actually get a little version of the map with the loop and then that little log piece, right? And so at some point we, we'll reach out to anybody's able to do it, but we'll reach out to people and suggest that, you can write a blog about a favorite loop or a favorite trip that you do, and then we can get it to Sarah and it will be tied into the website. So that's kind of, that's aside from the mapping project, although that one is sort of tied into the electronic version of the map, The issue of financial commitment going forward, I don't really have a good handle on it. Haven't spoken with Sarah about it. At some point, we will have to sit down and I'll bring that back to the board and we'll sort through that. I think it's probably fairly minimal. There is going to certainly be some expense, but I don't think it's going to be significant, given that the idea will be, by and large, a good portion of the work will be done by us in our review of the maps. We'll certainly have to use Sarah to help us figure out how we do those edits and stuff like that. But that's what I foresee happening. But I don't really have a good handle.
Mercedes, to answer for what's been done already, I have been volunteering my time to build this because I like the project and I like what it's doing and I like how it connects people with Temagami. So this hasn't been like a financial encroachment on you or the organization. This is something that will tie into the digital versions of the maps, and I've been building it in my own free time for Friends of Temagami.
Yeah, we've not, Sarah hasn't submitted any time. I've not submitted any time for her. We probably should do something minor because we've got this payroll program set up that if we don't use it, then they suspend it and then we're into a whole big hassle again setting it up. But as it stands right now, I don't know the last time that we actually paid Sarah. It was probably 18 months ago or something. It was when the grant money and whatnot was running out and sort of that end date. So far she has been volunteering, and Sarah and I have really not spoken about what we do moving forward, but I will certainly keep the board advised of that and and we'll sort things out. John, you had a question?
The question of distribution.
Yeah.
If we get into a distribution agreement, I'm not sure what the level of protection of our intellectual property in the map is, but it ought to be pretty complete because the amount of ground truthing that went into that map was pretty phenomenal. In a distribution arrangement, I mean, often with authors and like Doubleday or Houghton Mifflin, you'll see, copyright by Houghton Mifflin when they must have bought the thing out from the author, but we don't want to lose the copyright to any distributor who can sell it in turn. So how do we protect ourselves against losing our copyright?
Right. I know that it's been a while since I have been looking at it, but of course there is what is it, ISBN registration. We will, Sarah and I certainly will discuss and figure out the copyright information. I think I haven't actually spoken too much with Sarah about it, but I think the bottom line is we'll do what we can to copyright and protect the information. The the paper versions aren't a big deal. I mean, if you want to give your map away to somebody, then give your map away to somebody. The electronic version, I think Avenza is I don't know for sure, but I think Avenza has a good setup that it is protected, that it just can't be spread wildly. The issue of somebody opening up their version of the map, taking a screenshot and putting it on social media for people to use, I don't know how we deal with that, but I don't think that we need to worry about it too much in the sense that,
I'm not talking particularly so much about the technical ability to steal information, because that's pretty widespread.
Right.
But the actual legal right to protect the information if you have the means at your disposal.
Right.
Of course, that means either having lawyers or doing it the Chicago way or whatever you want to do. But the idea that it's our information, a lot of that information may be borrowed from other sources.
Right.
And from that point of view, I think we should, and I suggested this years ago, that all our distances for all the portages on all our maps ought to be hip chained, so they come out at a specific foot distance, more accurate than GPS. And then if we have a distance like 751 meters, then that is specific to us in a way.
Right.
If anybody else takes that and uses it, I think they have to show where they got it.
Right.
And they would have gotten it from us. So 750 is okay, but 751, that's a lot more exact. And people like that level of exactitude today. Ironically, this would be on the ground. So I think we ought to revisit that idea. So that it's ours.
Right.
Not just for the hell of doing all this work.
Right.
Because who needs it and who's got the time, but it would be worthwhile.
Yeah, certainly something to consider. Matt?
But just to that point, a lot of the information has been given from so many people over the years. It's hard to say that it's Friends of Temagami's information, right? It kind of belong, and then you'd have to look from like the indigenous perspective. It would be actually like lunacy to try to claim some of that. So it's like if someone's going to profit off and own that, maybe that should be in talks with like the First Nations.
Not in terms of cartography, I don't think.
Well, like a lot of information came from like Craig McDonald, and a lot of that information came directly from the First Nations. So it's like maps the information gets borrowed over time and time and time, where it really comes from.
Verbally,
there's a couple of folks that were involved with the first mapping piece. I see hands up. If maybe, I don't know, Fran or Mike, you had your hand up.
I just wanted to remind the organization here, and I was involved in the early stages of this. Our original mandate for this project was not to get into the map sales business. It was to become the de facto authority on where these values exist on the land.
Sorry, to what?
To become the authority of where these values exist on the land. We wanted to accurately record it, and it wasn't to make money off maps. It was so that they would be factually recorded. So I think
that's not the way I remember it.
That's how I remember it.
I think that's correct. We wanted Friends of Temagami
to be seen as the authority. So that people like Jeff's Maps and Chris Marr and all the other people that were producing maps who really don't have much to do with Temagami at all and borrowed or stole information could be kind of marginalized, for a better word. But I mean, I think there was the intention that it would make money eventually. But yes,
the way I remember it, the original motivation behind the map project, like Algonquin's map project, when we kind of were thinking about doing map, was just to make money to support the canoe route trail maintenance program because we were running out of money because the original genesis of the financing for the trail clearing was through American donations in lieu of their non-resident camping fees, which we could exempt them from by renting shelter. And then that kind of failed because the government gave up on enforcing that regulation for some reason, although I think it's still in force.
Well, it's still in place, but they don't enforce it.
Okay, see, that's a problem for us. And then we lost our matching donations from other government sources. So we decided we needed a financial independent source of that, and that's where the maps came in. It's a great idea.
And it's been very successful.
Yeah, but it has sort of become a self-generating
So
thing.
there were twin pillars. It was to be authoritative and yes, ultimately to make some money, but we really did want to establish Friends of Temagami as that, with that expertise.
Yeah, well, especially in lieu of anybody else doing it. You know, the government essentially abandoned that. So we took it over as a non-government agency, the first non-governmental Friends of group on the planet, as far as I know, was this one. You know, we were not an auxiliary of a government ministry like the MNR.
Right.
We actually were a Friends of the place, not of the government.
Right.
So, you know, we've got that really to our credit.
Right.
You know, so,
I
anyway,
guess
so
what I'm
I'll shut up
getting
about
at
that.
is
There's a bunch more ideas, but talk about that at
But
once.
I think what I'm getting at is if it is shared, I don't know that that's a big concern of ours. In fact, I think that might be a good thing if it is freely shared and you know,
The information?
open source. Yeah, I think that information should be shared. I understand we want to garner some revenue off of this, but
What keeps Jeff's Maps or some clone of Jeff Map from just taking it and running with it? Because that pretty much gutted our map thing.
and that might happen. And in fact, it already has happened in one instance I can think of.
But it backed off.
But ultimately, I think this organization has achieved their goal in publicizing these routes and accurately recording them, even if they are being plagiarized and copied on other publications. So it's not necessarily a bad thing, is what I'm getting at.
They are also.
But it could be.
Most of that information, some of that information is already publicly available through Ottertooth as well.
Did you what,
right?
sorry?
Through Ottertooth as well, right? Like people are already accessing some of that information.
See, I'm gonna take exception to what Mike said. I don't think it should be freely available to people. There's a real issue about canoe routes maintenance, and we all love the government to step up and reinstate a canoe route maintenance program, but if they're not going to do that, and there's certainly no indication that the current government has any interest in doing that, and I'm talking on Crown land now, not in the parks, then Friends of Temagami can potentially do it themselves. The organization can do it and pay for it. And it would be the revenue from the maps that would potentially pay for that effort. And so if all that information is just going to become free to the public, then it really undermines, first of all, the cost associated with, you know, gaining the expertise and maintaining it, and certainly then eliminate revenue source that could fund a maintenance program, an on-the-ground maintenance program. You should never give away anything that you can charge in our system. We just don't have value. And
so we need money.
And we need money. The organization needs money to do things. And so if we're just going to allow map information to be freely accessed, which is why I have a bit of an issue with the digital component of this. I'm not clear about what the intent of that is. Are we going to make a digital copy of maps available so people can just look at them on their desktop monitor and while they're thinking about their next trip in Temagami, or we giving them a digital copy so that then they can print the map themselves rather than getting a printed map that we've created and made available to them through a sale? I don't think a digital copy should just be available, which can then be endlessly reproduced and essentially away. I just don't see that that's in our best interest. And no, I mean, our maps are not that expensive. Nobody ever complains here when we sell maps about, well, really? No, $20 or whatever it is that we sell it for. Nobody ever even bats an eye. They love the map. They want the map. They want more maps. They love it, with this vision of having, 6 maps representing 12 prime areas. That's great. I mean, that was, I'm not taking credit for this, but that's something that I pushed for, 15, 20 years ago as part of FOT's, future. And I'm very grateful to see that it's slowly coming about, but I don't think we should be giving this stuff away.
Maybe one other possibility might be to create a map database that is kind of a living thing, in which, as trail conditions wax and wane, year by year, the condition of the trails is reflected in some kind of a maybe color-coded thing, where you've got kind of A-list routes and B-list routes that slide up and down the scale, depending on how much work FOT is doing on them. But you could keep people, and people want to be au courant with their map knowledge, because if they go out and run into bad conditions, they can be really pissed about that.
So that is part of the idea of this mapping project, having those digital versions available to people, plus having the ability for us to have a live updated version. There is some, it's down the road. We need to get an actual map and accurate map at this point, but there is some notion that people will be able to look at the digital version of the map, see that an area needs maintenance, and maybe they go out and do some maintenance, get back to us, report through our reporting app that they've done this work, and then we can go in and update the map to say that trail's been cleared, in 2025 or whatever it is. But that is the idea of having the digital version and the ability to manipulate the data in real time. And that is one of the huge issues with our current maps, is that we don't have any good way of changing them. The data is in a jumbled mess, from my understanding, and it's not easily edited, or I don't even know whether we can do anything with it, to be honest.
I got a bunch of feedback this summer from one aspect of the map that doesn't change, is the wind condition, the weather statement about the northeast side of Lady Evelyn Lake, where it says strong winds. That's always true. So don't change that.
So there is good plans for that component of the map. People want those digital maps. I don't know. I tend to, I'm the same way. I want a paper map in front of me while I'm paddling my canoe, but people want that digital version of map, and people have been using it for the longest time. It is sort of the talk of the canoe
is that you can access it essentially for nothing.
So
And-
what about, if we, so the plan was to have, if you buy a paper map, you'll get a code to have a digital version, but then to also sell just the digital version? What if we made it the same cost as our paper map?
Great.
Yeah.
You can sell directly on the vendor when you're searching for maps, you can purchase maps.
If there's still a revenue stream, I think that's important. We should just not be, I mean, there's also this idea that digital things, because it's electronic rather than something that you're tangible, that you're holding in your hand, should be less expensive. Well, no. I mean, the software companies figured this out a while back. We all used to buy versions of Microsoft Office or something, and then you'd use it, and they'd offer you updates, but you didn't want the update because it was going to cost a bunch of money. And then somebody bought an update, and then you got the code for it, and so everybody was sharing software. Well, now they don't do that anymore. Now we're all on subscriptions for the software that we like, and so they're making money off of it.
The online stuff should be of a low enough resolution that it can be utilized by the person without them being able to translate that into a printed
It would cost them so much money to do that.
Point's good though. If you buy a paper map, you can get a digital download, or if you buy a digital copy online, then it should be the same price.
It would cost you more to print it yourself though, and it would be less quality than just buying the map. So like it wouldn't even make sense.
Encouraging people to buy the actual map. I mean, I'm not sure I'd ever want to go out on a trip relying on a
Yeah, well,
smartphone.
and that's maybe more a philosophical question of our choices when we're out there as well, right? But in terms of, for the purpose of today, is there a decision that we need to come to with this project, or is this just an update, or is there?
This is really just an update. So the one decision that could be made, although I think it needs to be a little bit, well, it needs to be a lot flexible, but in the coming couple months, 2 months probably, we need to put in the effort to see how close we are in getting this new map, ready to go. And if there is some doubt that we're going to be able to do it, say by, February, then we do a reprint of the old companion map. That's kind of what the plan is. We know that people want our maps. I've spoken with Fran, Eric down at TOC. Is all cost, that stuff all remains up in the air to be decided as we move forward. There is, and looking down the road, but there is a plan to have, a nice little, small cardboard pamphlet of some sort where you could buy a set of 6 maps and they come together in this booklet, right?
Always.
Right. But
I don't even have
that's
one
the
map printed, let alone 6, so.
that's the idea. So we'll see. I mean, the idea would be that once we get going, once we figure out how we proof and make minor edits to the first map, hopefully then we can set up a system where we can move forward with the other maps and people can, we could give you guys a map to go over, and Adam goes over a section. Yeah. So that's the same plan going forward. The problem with what we had before was there was too much error. Like the FOT campsites that have been identified by us weren't on the map. It was just the government campsites, and so that's been sort of the struggle that we've had getting to this point. But we hope that that we have a reasonably ready to go map. It just needs to be looked at and make sure that it's ready to go, and then we'll get it out to people to have a look to.
And so we did provide made last spring to Sarah, and she has made changes, so there is like basically a newer version available that needs to be gone.
Yeah, and in fairness to Sarah and myself, I didn't bring a map here to show people because it was a disaster the first time I did it, and it was my fault because I didn't make sure that it was ready to go, and I'm not prepared to do that again. So what I am prepared to do, and how I think Sarah's prepared to do whatever we want, but what I'm prepared to do is to have a look at this map, be reasonably confident that it's good to go, and then I'll share it with people, and people can have a look. But I'm not doing that until I can have a look, and I've not had time. So,
Kim. What is Sarah's current situation with employment?
with FOT?
Or with anybody?
I don't know, is she still around?
Yeah.
As far as FOT.
Here's why I'm asking, I don't want to get personal. There's money in the bank. The maps make money. People want them. The digital thing can be figured out by the sounds of it. Pay the lady. Get it started. Because the volunteers can't do all this stuff. She has an area of expertise. Pay her. Get it moving. My opinion.
And that's a possibility. We would have to check with Sarah. I think she'd probably be interested in that as well. But the other component being is that, depending on how much work needs to be done, we could potentially pay Sarah to do the work, and she could then invest some more time into that. But she has been running a small farm and has been super busy this summer, but I'll let Sarah speak to that.
If you stay muted, it'll come through here.
Okay, very good. How about it, Sarah?
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, I'm ready to go. Like, we finished our harvest and stuff. As PJ mentioned, I have a small farm, hence why I can't be with you. Because I couldn't get a farm sitter. So next time we'll get a farm sitter ahead of time. Yeah, so I have freed up my extraneous time to work on those maps once they are good, kind of proofed, at least for the especially I guess with the campsites was like the main component. And I have done some small like edits just in my own personal time since we kind of like put this a bit on the back burner. So yeah, but I love Temagami, and I did live there for a good amount of time, but I am not privy to all of the wonderful proofed campsite information that many people who have spent a bit more time probably on the lakes and rivers than I have. So I'm good to go with whatever people would like to do going forward. Pretty much, yeah, end of October. I have a week off, but yeah. But yeah.
It remains open, but also would be something that just wouldn't happen on its own. That we would bring it to the board, and there would be a decision made as to how much time and money we were going to invest moving forward, given that we've already No,
just don't want to replicate.
that's right. I don't have a concern about Sarah, but we do need to ensure that that we don't run into this issue. So at some point, and we don't have to go into detail, at some point I think FOT is going to have to actually buy like a desktop computer to actually house this data. And so we haven't really spoken a bunch about that, but as it stands right now, that exists on Sarah's computer. But at some point, we're going to have to, when we get the project up and running, we're going to have to purchase some capacity to store that. As it stands right now, the work that's been done so far, I mean, Sarah has literally been an employee of FOT, at least up until recently. So there is that notion that she has worked for us and worked with us, and I don't foresee it being an issue, but there is a plan to not have that happen, for sure. It was a difficult situation, and I don't want to go there again. We really need to have everything FOT available to whomever should come along. And to some extent it is on Google Drive, although, I mean, I have FMP stuff all over my computer that doesn't exist on the Google Drive as of yet. But that is the plan, is to get it all centralized. And so
it survives.
That's right.
Changes in personnel.
That's right. And it was one of the things when I took over, that there wasn't a whole bunch of, I mean, Bob had kept track of his stuff on Google Drive, but there wasn't a bunch of, forestry information or whatever. And we had to kind of stumble through the FMPs, and we didn't really know, what happens at stage 3. And, it would be nice to have all of that information there for the next person that comes along and these FMPs are done in 2028 and 29 and 2030. They're able to refer back. So the idea is that we will have that data, and it won't. We need to figure out a way that it won't be just in the control of one person. It should be.
Yeah. Couple things. One, all that storage stuff I agree about, but we shouldn't store anything in the cloud, so-called. It should all be on our own proprietary devices.
Right.
Main thing I wanted to talk about on this point was the pictograph designations from the original map, which made that so much more interesting a map compared to the later version, in which my understanding of it was that we weren't asked by Temagami First Nation to delete them. We were just afraid of a reaction, so we deleted them ourselves. But wouldn't it be better to have a more interesting map and give them some kind of a license fee on a portion of the map proceeds? But to me, it makes the map maybe 10 or 15% more interesting to have those pictograph sites on there. So ask them if we can print them, under license essentially. Even though, I mean, the pictographs are at this point topographic features. If they ever had like a copyright, that's long expired. So it's not about that. It's about maintaining good relations and respect as far as that goes.
Kim?
So I think, if we had some kind of a formal arrangement, at least we'd know we were in, and we could print the things in good faith instead of having to wonder about our faith, So I would really like to see that happen. Sorry.
Well, when all that went down with TFN, I was stuck in the middle of that, and that was discussed with the chief at that time between him and I, and it went no further. That's not saying it can't be discussed again, but that's a very delicate subject.
Well, if they say no, then it's no.
Yeah.
That's the way it is now. There's nothing on the map, but they might say yes.
Alex?
Yeah, but after this all happened, they made a map of their own. They sent me a copy of it, so there's pictographs on their map, because actually what they did was copy of our map. They didn't know where they were either.
We knew where a lot of them were.
Yeah, it's certainly something that we could look into. My concern is that stalls us or bogs us down, like it has in other areas. Maybe that's something that, because we would have the version that is, live, and it's, I like your term as far as, it's a living entity that we can change and add. Maybe it is something that could be addressed, and some consultation with TFN and TAA, and if there is some potential agreement that we could come to, then that data could be added to the map. I have concerns about saying that we'll reach out to them now, because I want to get moving on actually having a map. I think that that's a reasonable suggestion. I just think we should work on it as a sort of a sidetrack of the actual mapping.
That discussion we ought to have, though.
Right.
So Ted, sorry, you've been
Yeah,
waiting
so
for.
I guess I have questions about losing information. For example, Bill has this massive, pictograph library. And I think he, sorry? Yeah, and he guards that with his wife kind of thing, but he's as old as God, so I don't know what the backup plan is for that, but we should have some, where is this stored, and yes, we're not going to release anything unless we consult with TFN, et cetera. But also there's a couple of organizations that are very similar to us that probably, like Otter Tubes, that's basically one guy, Brian Buck, and he was very, very active in it, but sort of isn't now. There's one commissioner that could just disappear off the server, and we should have that. Also, the Stoggin Trails, more active currently. They've done a lot of mapping stuff. We should probably try to talk to them and share information as far as mapping products and trail conditions.
Maria, you can't talk to this.
No.
Well, I get it.
I like. They have coincided for years, and those guys are pretty good at getting their AGM done quickly. So they just meet in the morning, and then oftentimes Les has come down here and join us for the afternoon and whatnot. I agree. It is something that we could work with those other organizations, and again, it's a little bit like the Save Wolf Lake Coalition, right? The more, it's great to have the coalition, but it's much more labor intensive to actually, and for lack of a better term. So that would be my concern, is that we're getting bogged down with other yeah. I don't have a bunch to say about the backcountry maintenance stuff. It has continued to be successful for us. We were out the last week of May. There were how many? Six of us. Sonia and Rob Corwin, Emily, myself, Zach, Dan. We're out for 4 or 5 nights. Basically, we kind of changed it up this year. It did work
Also put that box way out on Ridges.
Yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah, it is kind of fun because it is that loop that Zach and I did back in 2020, coming up from the Chitiguchi area, coming across Pilgrim Triangle into Witches, into Yorkston, back up to Twinkle, which I don't think was used very often previously, although we have heard a few people that have used it this past summer. What else did we do? Al and I managed to go. It looks like somebody, because Al had put one of his nicely made picnic tables on Blueberry Island out from Ranger Point. It looks like somebody burnt it for firewood, along with the thunderbox that was there. But I don't think that was necessarily this year, but it has been over the last few years. So we were able to put a thunderbox out on Blueberry, which was cool. We did some downfall. There was a big old red pine that came across the beach just down from Ranger Point. That was a good day, a little under a day's effort with Al and I. What else did we get up to? Is that about it? I think.
Yeah, because we were away in December.
Right. So the other component of that backcountry maintenance thing is that there are a ton of people that want to get involved and help out. We as an organization, we struggle with utilizing that human resource, and the big reason is because it comes down to a couple of us that are keeping this organization afloat and doing the membership and doing the mailing and doing the emailing and doing all of this stuff. And yet we, in order for us to try and get others involved, then that's a huge component of time. So it just hasn't happened yet. But we slowly are working towards that. So we've got a volunteer application. It's not even an application, it's a volunteer information form. We've not shared it widely as of yet, although people that contact us that want to get involved, we get shared to. That information gets populated into an Excel document, and then we've got this list of volunteers. We've been maintaining that as well. Unfortunately, I think people who have volunteered are finding it a bit frustrating that we're not able to get them involved. We're doing the best we can, to be honest with you. We have spoken about some ideas about getting others out doing backcountry maintenance. We honestly need to be careful of it because we've had people come along and say, I couldn't find the portage between Diamond and Bob's Lake, so I'm just going to put in a new one. Yeah, first of all, it's an Ontario park. Second of all, the portage is there and used.
And so we need to be wary of that. Just saying to people, well, here's a spot, go do your business. I think that those people are few and far between, but it's one of the things that would not be good for the organization should we, degrade our reputation because we're just helter-skelter running around putting portages in that don't exist, or that do exist, but we don't think they exist. So there's been some ideas kicked around about trying to have like a backcountry maintenance leadership workshop kind of thing where we'd get together for a day. We could do it remotely. It's probably the most logical way to do it. We could have myself and Mike and Zach, who have done a ton of portage maintenance and whatnot, and we could sit down with people and chat about the issues around, Crown land maintenance versus conservation reserve maintenance versus staying out of Ontario parks. Although, you'll meet him this afternoon. I think that there's, like Kevin Pinkerton, I think that there's the potential to work with Ontario parks in that regard.
Talking about Dave Ward?
That's right.
He'll be here?
Yeah, he's coming this afternoon. So we ultimately have to figure out a way of increasing this program, but doing it in a way that we can be reasonably confident that folks aren't going to go out and, do damage, which I don't think, like I said, I don't think it is a significant threat, but we do need to be wary of it. The other thing I'll mention about the backcountry stuff, and I haven't had a chance, but we have a good connection with Paul Tamburo and the Temagami Lakes Association. We have a number of cottagers and residents in the area that are members, and I think one of the troublesome things that I've heard lately is Lake Temagami and the maintenance of lots of those campsites, and we haven't been there in a number of years. But I think that there's also very good potential to work with cottagers and try and figure out a way that we could at least get out and do, a few campsites a year kind of thing. Replace thunderboxes or move thunderboxes. We could do a little garbage run or something. There's a wonderful potential for that, which I think would be of great value to the Lake Temagami area. I think that there's probably quite a bit of work done by cottagers and camps, on their own kind of thing. But that's certainly one area that we could. It would be reasonably easy, I think, to organize, a weekend or whatever, where we could get some people together and do some campsite maintenance.
You mentioned trail maintenance and box privies as kind of the mainstays of the volunteer effort. There's another one I think we ought to visit as of 2018, when we had all those fires. At one point, we had 40 independent forest fires going here. More than a third of Lady Evelyn Park was incinerated that year. And this summer, several groups reported back that they had found burning campfires on organic soil, like duff between pine trees, on pine roots, just burning away. I wonder if we shouldn't consider, it is still the law that under the Forest Fire Prevention Act, you are not allowed to have a campfire except on bare rock. They used to say or mineral soil, but nobody knew what that meant. It's a bag mineral soil, not bare rock. If it's not on bare rock, you can't have a fire. Maybe we should look at, for those campsites that just don't have a rock face, like Hobart, places like that, then maybe we should think about establishing fireplaces of the boundary waters type, but of our own design, so that they are compatible with the traditional use of the Temagami camps, the reflector oven cooking and fire irons and so on, so that we're not cooking in these little red boxes, you know?
Yeah, that would be a very cool idea.
I have talked to Dave Ward about that somewhat.
Yeah.
So we can bring that up this afternoon, but it's scary, the whole idea that people still don't get that you have to put your fire out,
Right.
you know?
Yeah, and we did hear a number of reports as well, probably say reports. I think that there's also some value in us using our social media power and presence to try and get some fire use tips and prevention stuff out there for sure.
So I think with the maintenance, we do have this routine now of at least 2 maintenance trips in the spring and summer, one after the long weekend in May, and then a second we've been talking about for a number of years, maybe potentially doing a fly-in. We certainly have the money to be able to send a group into an area to open up some trails and maybe even bring out garbage or something. So maybe we can continue working on that. I'd be interested in putting, I think there are some people that might be interested in doing that for the summer, but certainly we'll be having one after the May long weekend again. And then I think we can count on another one in the summer in some way. And then potentially this third idea of a cleanup on just Lake Temagami itself. Any other thoughts on, I know we have lots of thoughts on
Just about the technical stuff about hauling garbage out. How to do in those garbage bags. I wonder, Woods, I think, is back making Duluth style bags. From Duluth or Frost River, they're about $500 or $600 a bag.
Yeah.
So if we could get a donation of some Duluth packs just for garbage hauling from them, that'd be cool.
Yeah,
Maybe we haven't made our,
there's also, there's a number of things that we could look into as far as, I think there are a good number of companies that are interested. We've not spoken with, in particular with anybody, but that is an option for us as an organization to look at, donations of packs or, maybe Lakelands when they're doing a fly-in trip to. When they're taking somebody in on a trip, they might, at a reduced cost, take 2 thunder boxes with them and leave them on the shore. There's lots of room for that for sure. We've spoken about it before, and I'd be cautious that we don't really want to get into the Jim Baird style of here I am with my King Boa, fillet knife, and Jim won't mind that little mention of how he does business. He knows that he does that. I wouldn't want to get into, having to particularly, a mention on the website that, a company has donated some equipment to FOT and stuff like that. And, certainly some social media posts. That's definitely workable.
We should have our own commercials on YouTube.
So, PJ, what is the approach when a thunder box is full? Because there are lots of them. And so, you get your campsite and it's actually to the brink. You sat on it, you get soil.
Right.
So what is the approach then?
I personally have not run into that, although I can totally
we had lots of reports of it this summer.
So I suppose, one of the things that we do with our thunder boxes is we leave a shovel and we leave some basic instructions. Those instructions are according to, Ministry of Environment regulations. So some of the points are pretty silly. I have to be 66 meters from the high water mark or something like that, which is never really possible, almost never possible. But that whole shovel program has been a huge success. We know of 2 or 3 in the Wolf Lake area that have been moved. So we continue to do that. Does that address the full Thunderbox issue? No. I think what the plan would be if I came across that would be, unfortunately, having to move it. And so, you need a shovel, you need to be able to move that box. we've not ever run into the issue, but, you know, I guess you have dish gloves or something along those lines, and it's a messy endeavor, but you do it. And then I don't actually know, you know, I guess you could try and bury what's left in the box, although that sounds awfully disgusting, but
Biohazard size cost.
yeah, mushroom spores or something.
I just wondered, because, you know, the ones that we were hearing about were on Lake Temagami specifically.
Yeah.
I didn't know whether it would eventually require like a barge to go, or not, or some sort of a boat to go and actually remove this stuff to, like, you know, like when they come to pump out septic systems, to go to a lagoon, or.
Well, if you had modest sized olive barrels, you could actually do it.
I suppose you could.
Interestingly, not that I would ever think that we would do this in Temagami, but the Nahanni River and the Nahanni National Park, they actually transport all their human waste out of the park. The guided trips use a 60-gallon barrel and, you know, take the lid off and put a toilet seat on, and you know, they have a little shelter and they paddle it out. The couple of campsites that do actually have privies on them, they're tanks, and they've got 45-gallon drums, and some poor soul has to go and pump out the tank, put it in the drum, and they take it out by helicopter. I don't know a good answer. I would suspect it would depend too on the Thunderbox. If the Thunderbox is even in good enough condition to move, I would suspect if it's full to the brim, it's probably not in the greatest condition. Which then, you know, there's options. I mean, Zach and I have replaced the Thunderbox on Chiniguchi. It was old, and we just, you know, we spent the morning putting in the Thunderbox, and we had a good fire going, and we just, you know, burnt the old one, picked up the hardware, and packed it on out. Right.
Is there a reporting system for Ontario parks if you run into bad boxes? Anything like that, do you know?
It'd be a good question for Dave. I don't think so. I don't think like they've got a formal
I'm here.
program. Oh, hey, Dave. Nice to meet you. How are you?
Good.
Good. Yeah. Do you have a formal reporting system? No. We don't put you on the spot.
You can call me. Basically, you call Phillipson and let us know. It's actually on my list of things to talk about. So.
Thanks.
Yeah.
It is 10 after 12, so I'm wondering if maybe we just adjourn now. Welcome, Dave. I know we're going to have some lunch together and then hear from you, so that might be a good natural break. I'm not sure lunch.
I
there for you
think
guys?
it's probably, I can go check, but it is well underway, so I'm not sure. Did we set a time for it?
I did
We
speak
did say
to
12.
around noonish,
Yeah.
and she said that was fine.
It's 10 after now. And so we'll adjourn until 1.
Oh,
Is the plan?
Yeah.
Sound good?
Yep, sounds good.
All right.
And for those on the live stream, we'll be back for 1 o'clock. I think, Matt, we can, like,
I'm gonna put the thing up.
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Everybody online.
Very professional organization, obviously, always on point. So without further ado, I am very excited to welcome Dave Ward, who at very short notice agreed to join us, and is going to take the hot seat for a bit, and we're really excited that you're here. So thank you very much.
Nice,
And
thank you.
yeah, welcome.
Yeah, I feel good for fun sitting in this rocking chair. Should I relax right in? Or?
You need a pipe or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I'm Dave Ward. So essentially, I just started as the park superintendent for the Temagami cluster of parks. So it includes essentially all the backcountry parks. There's some non-operating parks in there, and Finlayson Point Campground and Martin River Campground. And so I won the competition for this position last winter, and so I'm here permanently. So you are stuck with me for a while. And I guess I'll just give you a quick sort of background on me and where I come from in my parks experience. So I did start in parks actually in the education side of parks. So I worked at Samuel de Champlain and did interpretive programs, and then I was over at Killarney and I ran their education programs in Killarney for a few seasons, and then I was fortunate enough to get into some management roles. So I was the assistant superintendent for Killarney and French River, and so I had a lot of experience managing backcountry programs there for a couple of years. And then the last 5 years prior to this position, I managed Restool and Mixu provincial parks, and so largely campground operations. Restool has a small sort of entry-level 12-site backcountry program that we did some improvements on. But yeah, I am really happy to be in this role. I have been interested throughout my career in managing backcountry parks, and I did. Restool and Mixu were my parks over those 5 years. I did really love those parks, but I am pretty excited to be in the Temagami area. I think this cluster is a phenomenal cluster of parks, and so I do, like I said, I do plan on being here for a while. Yeah, and I do want to see. I am big on continual improvement, and so I do want to find ways to improve the way that we manage these areas into the future. Yeah. Oh, and then I did want to mention too, I am also just a big outdoor recreation enthusiast. So I do a lot of cross-country skiing and fat biking and kite skiing and backcountry paddling, and I think there just is a lot of value in outdoor recreation as well, and getting people out into all the awesome pieces of Ontario that we have to offer in any way we can through different activities. So yeah, that's kind of my lens. And so I thought maybe I'd just talk a little bit about sort of I've only been here for 6 months, in this role. So I can talk a little bit about my general goals for the Temagami cluster of parks, and then I would like this to kind of be a bit of an opportunity for people to ask questions as well too. But in general, I think Temagami is world class backcountry canoeing, and I do want to develop some strategies and try and essentially I want as many people as possible to get into Temagami's backcountry and experience Temagami's backcountry, as well as through the campgrounds too. There's different ways people are comfortable experiencing nature, so there's sort of different levels, but I do want to get as many people as possible into Temagami's backcountry. I also want to work on doing some improvements in the way that we maintain the backcountry. So I do want to see some improvements to our campsite maintenance and our portage maintenance. And I am very open to feedback from people who've used this backcountry, for long periods of time or even over the last couple of years. So I think as I was coming into the meeting, people were sort of talking about, privy boxes that need to be replaced, or essentially, I do really appreciate when people observe things in the backcountry that they, like or don't like, or issues, or see, opportunities of things they'd like to see happen. And you essentially can contact Finlayson Point Provincial Park, the park office, and report things like that. If people have other bigger things too, like I also don't mind phone calls. So like, yeah, so like JT has my phone number. If there was something, significant that people wanted to chat with me about, I am also happy to take phone calls with people. And like Alice reached out to me about some signage issues and motorboat issues, and so we got some signage for them. And John, where's John? Is he? Oh, okay. Anyway, John's reached out to me about some stuff as well. So anyway, I'm definitely, I like hearing from people. Sometimes I will tell you that will, that's just never going to happen. Or I'll tell you that maybe is a possibility and it's something, I'll explore. If it's something easy like signage or privy boxes or that, then it allows me to add it to our work list and we can, plan to deal with that stuff. So yeah, anything going on out there. We only have a small team, especially in our backcountry too. So it's really easy for stuff to go unnoticed for multiple years before our folks will actually find it. Like historically, Temagami's only had a crew of 2 people for the whole backcountry. And historically, they were working on like basically a 2.5, 3 month contract. So the presence wasn't there. It was a challenging feat to try and manage that area. This was the first year actually we had 2 crews out there, and so we will have 2 crews going forward, and it has made, even just in one season, like it's made a huge difference. Where before, if they were doing less maintenance out there and pushing hard, they could get through all the parks once. Now that we have 2 crews, we can slow things down a little bit and try and do better maintenance and still be able to cover, everywhere at least once. But to really notice issues, they're only going through an area one time per season. So yeah, so stuff to get. So I do want to improve the maintenance side. I want to get more people out there. And then the other piece of doing that is I do also want to explore, essentially you can't make a place busier without doing a better job managing people. So I do care a lot about the fact that we provide a wilderness class experience in Temagami, and it is different than other places. And so I don't, if you're going to encourage more people to go to an area, you also have to manage how many people are going to particular spots. And so there are opportunities that I don't have any firm plans, but essentially there are opportunities through our booking system, and there are opportunities through essentially, education and enforcement. And enforcement side, we've got a second crew out there, which I think is important. And then again, through our booking system, there may be better ways to provide people with information about who's where, so through the booking system, you can show that, more people are using this access point, it's probably full. And so we want to spread people out and move them to different parts of the park that are just as good, but maybe just a little bit more of a drive. So yeah, so that's kind of the overall goals. I have a couple notes on other things that I think people probably have questions about, but does anybody have questions about what I've talked about so far? Start things off.
Yeah. About like the booking system that you're mentioning, I think one of the things that makes Temagami like special is that it's not like you have to pick every single night where you're going to stay. And I think like there's a feeling in Temagami that gives you a sense of wilderness, at least. And I think that's part of it, where you're forgetting about that. And if you want to camp here for the night, you do. And that's because there's not, because we're not overcrowded like Algonquin. But I think like maintaining to some extent the way that it is like it should be like really of most importance, because that starts to that changes with the relationship with the place.
Yeah, it changes the way people trip. And there's pros and cons to both systems. So
right now, we're registration is the term we use opposed to reservation. It just means you buy your permits for how many nights you're out there and you trip wherever you want. But it doesn't allow us to actually manage people at all. So I don't know where people camp. I don't know where is full. Like I don't know what access point. Well, sorry. The only thing I know is the access point. So we do have some information on access points, but we can't actually like manage people. So certain parts of Temagami are quite busy, like loops off of Lake Temagami are quite busy, like Lady Evelyn, North Channel, South Channel area is quite busy. And so there is a point where it gets so busy that the people who are camping there aren't having a good experience anymore because it's free for all. So if you have too many people on the North Channel, South Channel loop, there just are no campsites, and it's an extremely difficult set of portages. And so you get people coming through late in the day, they got nowhere to stay. So then they're like, can I stay on your site with you? Or they push through a very difficult set of portages in the dark, or like, so there is a point where the free aspect of tripping causes problems. And so essentially when you move to a reservation system, well, right now it's also this 2-week thing that's weird, that you can only get your permits 2 weeks ahead. So a reservation system essentially allows people to plan further ahead. But there's also, there haven't been any decisions made on how we would do that. But I am definitely looking at least moving to like a larger zone-based system that allows people to have flexibility in their trip planning, but also gives us more information on who is in different like zones of the park, and would allow us to know like to set limits. Really, it would allow us to set limits. So essentially, if people are all going, out of Red Cedar and heading into, a Babica, well, let's just use the North Channel, South Channel area. You had that as a zone, you could at least set a limit so that once there are 30 groups in there, it's full. No one else can go in, and you're still going to have issues with where people are staying and spreading them out properly, but it allows you to truly manage people where historically it isn't managed. So anyway, that's a bit of a tangent.
It's a balancing act, right?
It's a balancing act.
If you want to attract more people here, then you've got to keep in mind that there's only those limited number of places, and then you're getting the people here, but they're not having a great experience when they get here, and that's troublesome. It does make sense.
Yeah. So obviously, like, I've only been here 6 months, but it is part of growing, part of getting more people to Temagami, which I think is good. And even from a protection standpoint, like if you want people to care about a place, you got to get them in there. So if we want to get more people into Temagami, we do need to truly manage them. And the only way that the fully free tripping scenario works is if you don't have many people using an area. There's space that works still.
I'm curious to hear you comment on how that would work when we have crownland areas abutting parks.
Yeah.
And I don't think, with the exception of perhaps the Lady Evelyn River, and I don't think any of our clients are strictly paddling within a park.
No. So
rare.
Crownland still remain Crownland. So basically people would still only be booking in the provincial parks, but we can't control access to the Crownlands. So if you're only in the provincial park, you'll basically know you've got space for you in that area, but the Crownland is still a free for all, which might be part of the balance too. I mean, there are lots of trips that are specifically on Crownland routes, and if you want to not have to think about where you're going to stay, you just want to go out for a long trip and not be planned, then there still are lots of Crownland opportunities to do that. but it's tough to not go through provincial parks.
Other
So
question, do you see any opportunity for Ontario Parks to take on a backcountry management role on Crown lands adjacent to the parks?
not very likely. So, and I can speak to that a little bit. So essentially, Ontario Parks adopted like a business model in the the 90s, like 96. They started adopting a business model, and since that time, we've essentially moved more and more towards generating enough revenue to cover our operating costs. So more recently, now, like, we are on a, is FOT a not-for-profit or charitable?
No.
Not-for-profit. So Ontario Parks is very similar to a not-for-profit model. Like, you can't lose money every year on a not-for-profit model. So basically, the money that we generate in revenue is what's paying for all the work we're doing out there. So, like, historically, Temagami's backcountry has generated like 40 to 60,000 a year, and we've been spending on a crew. Most of it is salary, around 50,000 a year. Now, since just this year was actually the first year we had 2 crews, it's about $100,000 of work, of money that goes into Temagami's backcountry, and we make about 75,000. So to spread our work thinner into areas that aren't balancing us it's hard to justify, and we have been doing, we're not looking the other way on when we're doing routes that cross through conservation reserves or on Crown land. Like, if they're doing a loop, which is the loop that makes sense, and managing the operating parks that are charging fees, and then going through a CR or Crown land, they're gonna pick up garbage and clean those sites. We're probably not gonna install privies on Crown land, but we're gonna do basic maintenance because they're traveling through those areas. But we won't be going out of our way to do purely Crown land routes, or even purely, conservation reserve routes. And it is, it is about making this, people are paying to camp in these areas, and it should be reflected in the experience that they have of having, better brushed out and maintained portage routes and privies that are, rotted or mounded, and like things that it should be noticeable that you're camping on a operating site and you're paying the per person rate because these areas are maintained, and you're not on a site that's got a bunch of burned camp chairs, or that's obviously had somebody dragged a trailer in and camped on it for a whole season and left all their junk there. Like, it should be noticeable that you are paying and your money is directly being used for the maintenance of that area.
So the park fees, I know some people might know this, but you kind of enlighten us all. Where does the park fees go to? Like, from the Temagami area, where do they go? Do they go back into your maintenance program, or kind of get amalgamated and then kind of divvied up?
Yeah, it doesn't work as the revenue and operating expenses don't really all sit like at the park level. So provincially, like Ontario Parks generates revenue, it all goes to this larger special purpose account, which is a fairly unique thing in government. Essentially, it's an account that we can actually, it's like a savings account for Ontario Parks, which doesn't exist in a lot of government. If you generated more revenue, it would just go into the general coffer, but we have this special purpose account. So if we make more money in a year provincially, then we spend, then the piggy bank builds up, and then that money can be reinvested into park operations. So the money that, the revenue that's earned through Martin River Campground, Phillips Campground, all the backcountry, it all goes into the SPA, the special purpose account. and every year we get an allocation. Yeah, so it's not sort of as much plus minus, which is why we're also able to, you know, I make arguments that do involve the revenue numbers. But right now for the backcountry, and this isn't just Temagami backcountry, this is in campground parks and other parks, especially in the north. Like some parks lose money, some parks make money, and as a whole, we have to balance out provincially. So Temagami's backcountry, we invest a little more than we actually bring in to operate it, and it's similar for certain campgrounds and parks in the north, and also, you know, non-operating parks in other areas. So like the non-operating parks in my cluster, I still have to send staff and manage issues as they're reported to us in that, but we're not necessarily maintaining recreational services. So the larger revenue helps to support the whole system.
When Parks has its own account, it doesn't go into general revenues.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just
That's a
maintained in
special
parks.
purpose account that is our branch is on.
So all the shortfalls come from within the park system.
Yeah, capital funding. So like we get support through capital funding for some of our larger projects. So like building a new office at Finlayson, or we're putting in a new septic system. That's a separate pot of money that is supported through government and taxes. But the general operating dollars, now everything's related to this special purpose account.
Do you see a problem with the discontinuity of the quality of routes? So the park isn't cut off in any way from the rest of the area. You go into and out of the park.
Yep.
Through regular routes, crown land routes. And those are not maintained except by dedicated volunteers.
Dedicated volunteers, yeah.
So there is a discrepancy of experience between
for sure
the park and
yeah.
outside the park.
And that,
Pinkerton had he thought a lot about this, and he wanted to encourage people to maintain the outside the park trails to a level of the park trails as much as possible.
Yeah.
Of course, there was no money for it.
Yeah,
so
and I'm a big believer in that too. And like, I'm a believer in the importance of the broader experience. You know, so if you want people to come back to Temagami, they do have to have a good experience, like on the drive up, and at the gas station, and at the outfitter, and out in the back country, whether they're like in a park or out of a park. So yes, I do feel that way. I don't like that people will come into a park, and things are maintained, and then basically that loop that they're doing, to have such a variation in quality isn't ideal. Which is also why I think it's important to have partnerships. Like Ontario Parks has a role in the system, but we're not we don't have the resources or ability to maintain the whole system, which is why it is important to have partnerships like with FOT, and that we're working together and coordinating our efforts.
When you talk about partnerships, you're talking about outside of the park?
Yeah,
what form do those take?
And maybe partnerships isn't the right word, but relationships. It's important that I come to this meeting and meet people and have conversations about how to manage this system, and then clear on what the resources I have and the role that I play in managing the system, which is why I'm also not going to tell you that we're going to start managing Crown Land routes, because we're not. So
Parks isn't, you mean? Or
Parks is unless they're on the loop, we won't ignore stuff when we're passing it by.
You're not talking from a government point of view, you're talking from a parks point of view.
From Parks, yes. Yes, I think we're on the same page. But anyway, that's why it's important to have clear communication too. Like FOT obviously has, some like amazing volunteers and an organized system for managing Crown Land routes, and you have your adopter routes program.
We've talked about the same thing, from a FOT point of view. We've talked about partnering with the government in the sense that if they give us some money, we'll do the work, like Lend-Lease with the U.S. during the war.
Yeah.
We'll give the Soviets the planes if they'll fly them.
Well, and you have other opportunities that I can't capitalize on as well. Like you have opportunities that I also can't capitalize on, you know,
What do you
as
mean?
far as like, you know, like I can't apply for provincial funding programs, you know, where you guys as a not-for-profit organization
Okay, yeah.
can, you know, so there's
We're
opportunities
not
to.
expecting you to do the applications for us or anything. What we would like, I think, speaking for all of us, is somebody who knows the score around here, who has a stake in the Crown land outside the parks being maintained at a higher standard than it is being maintained, and finding some money in the government to give us the tools to do the job as the organization that we started out being and still are 20 years ago. And I don't see why the Ontario government can't come up with enough money to keep a canoe route program going around here when there are millions of dollars in a special account for creating new logging roads in this district. Like I've mentioned this to you, and I'll mention it to everybody else because I haven't. But in the next 10 years, actually down to 8 years now, there is a plan to put 100 kilometers of new primary logging road, that's like the Red Squirrel Road, into the area in Temagami outside the parks, the Temagami Management Unit, so-called.
Yeah,
Now,
the Crown lands
the
are
Red
really,
Squirrel Road from Highway 11 to Wanapate, or to the Barnett Gate, it's about 32 kilometers. You're talking about 3 times that distance being established, and that's primary roads, and that are never going away.
Yeah.
Once they're put in, they're never going away. So if that goes into our canoe area, it is decimated because roadlessness and wilderness are inversely proportional.
Yeah,
You know,
and
when you put in a road, you're destroying wilderness.
I basically have nothing to do with Crown lands stuff now.
But you are part of the government.
I am, but the government's not that.
You're not persuasive with those guys?
The government's not that simple. You know, so Ontario Parks is a very.
They're simple for logging. They got money for logging, and they don't have it for us. To me, that's a simple equation.
Did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, just interestingly, for those that were here 3 or maybe 4 years ago, we did have a young lady from the MNRF come. She was interested. She did a presentation. We don't actually know for sure why they were interested. They contacted us to come, and I suspect that there was some discussion. The catalyst was the LCC, who said, you've got a responsibility to maintain these canoe routes. And so they sent somebody up to see what the organization was about.
I remember you were talking about, she was out of North Bay.
Right.
What she could offer us was Native youth and youth at risk, days only.
Right.
They couldn't camp out overnight. So that made that useless to us. Thanks, but no thanks.
Right.
No.
And so there was some discussion with her about the possibility of some funding, but it never really went too far. Her role was basically relations person with the ministry, whose job it was to reach out to us and see if there was some connections to be made. It didn't really go too far, A, because we didn't have the resources to look into it too much, and B, that was at the height of the Save Solas campaign, and I think they took a step back.
But she was nice.
She was.
And the conversation was good.
Yeah,
and we got nothing out of it.
I think that there may be opportunity there. I don't suspect in this political environment that we're in
It
now
wasn't at the
that
time.
opportunity is great right now, but
yeah, and long story short, from my perspective, like that's Crown Land's essentially out of my scope. Like we're now in like Ministry of Environment. Crown Lands are all managed through like MNRF still, and that they are your avenue for working on anything to do with Crown Lands, basically.
Ted.
Yeah, I wanted some more clarification on trail and site maintenance.
Yeah.
So what are your expectations for keeping that up within the parks that you're paying for, within conservation reserves that you're not? What's the role of other like organizations like FOT to do maintenance in those areas? Because we've kept out of that traditionally, but
yeah.
And also, the will any of that maintenance information be posted somewhere, like this was cleared in June 2021?
Yeah. So I mean, it's our first year with two crews, and so like our focus always will be getting through all the operating parks once per year. And again, if the loops involve conservation reserve, then we would maintain those. But I think again, like as far as the relationship and like we're all working with the resources we got, so let's not double up on work. So I think it is important that we have open lines of communication and that somebody's sort of talking with me about which crown land routes you actually have devoted volunteers on that are going to maintain, and if there's
Yeah, and interestingly, one of the things that Kevin and I had been working towards, and again, with limited resources, but there was this notion of trying to have people have like a consistent experience if they were to, paddle through a section of the park and then dip into a conservation reserve and a couple nights on a crown land and then back into a park or whatever the case may be. Trying to have some consistency in where we were working and when. It never got into anything sort of formal, but I mean, Kevin and I would touch base a few times a year, and I'd tell him what we were up to, and he'd let me know what he was up to, and there was no real formal process to it, but it worked well. And just the chat that I had with you there last week and coming up here today, and I can touch base with you a couple times of the year and keep people updated as to the stuff that's going on in parks and whatnot. I think it's a good deal for everybody.
Yeah, for sure.
I have a specific question.
Yes.
Have any of your crews been on the Babaca River recently?
Pretty sure they did it in the spring.
Because we're hearing from our clients, it's been years since I've been on the river proper, but I've been hearing from clients that it's becoming really difficult to paddle owing to log jams.
Oh, okay.
So I'm curious. Yeah. So when your crews go out, they have chainsaws?
Yep.
So they would, if they encountered a log jam, for instance, on the Babaca River, would spend the requisite amount of time to clear it so that a canoe could pass?
In theory, they should. They should clear it. Yeah, they should be.
Because that can sometimes take a lot of work.
Yeah.
I mean, log jams are not simple obstructions.
And maybe that's why I say in theory too. Like lots of seasonal operations folks are only on for 4 months, and this year was a brand new crew. That pretty well happens every couple of years. So it can be a little bit difficult sometimes with consistency of the backcountry maintenance. But essentially, any issues like this that come up, I really do appreciate if you reach out to me, because again, I'll write that down.
I was just kind of wondering philosophically, do you look at a log jam on a river as something that should be cleared, or is it a natural obstruction that canoeists are just going to have to deal with, or
it should be cleared. You should be able to. Well, beaver dams are there's. I guess there's a difference between log jams and pullovers.
Beaver dams are fine.
Yeah.
The problem with the Abaca River, though, is it's a sand bank river, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got trees falling into the river all over the place, and this creates the obstructions.
Yeah.
So in terms of generally you might say, oh, we'll just carry around it, but you have to scramble up the sandbank to get around it, and that hugely further erodes the erosion situation that caused the trees to fall in the first place.
Yeah.
So,
but anyway, it's good to know.
what do you do?
I can't recall 100% if they went down it, because they could have gone down. They could have gone from Diamond and just went down and didn't actually do the river. And then I know they did the sturgeon, but maybe they didn't do.
No, you have to do the Abaca River as a thing.
Yeah.
You wouldn't just dip into it.
That's what I mean. I just can't remember if they actually did a planned trip down the Abaca. But also, the reason these things are important to know is because now, we'll put it on the list for next year, because they are also always prioritizing, So they're like, oh, the Abaca's, it's not that well used, not as well used as these areas, so we'll do these first, and then, then we'll do this, and okay, now we'll do the sturgeon. And, the Abaca didn't get done, but it's probably fine. There's not many campsites on it, and So, knowing there's issues is very helpful.
But,
Maybe what you want is a plant with a really good root system that could be used to hold the banks and stop the erosion of the banks, and would further really increase the popularity of the park. And that would be to plant cannabis sativa.
I was wondering where you're going with that.
Temagami is a place to be, man.
There's your Crown Land Fund.
That's a different conversation.
Different conversation.
Ted?
Yeah, just it would be at all reasonable to expect that you can find somewhere online root conditions information. Or is
Yeah.
it just
We're so the park cluster hasn't done a lot with social media in the past, which we're looking into. We're gonna get there. So it looks like probably what we'll have set up is we'll have like a Martin River account, we'll have Finlayson accounts, and then we'll have a Temagami Backcountry Parks account. So I do see that being a platform to communicate updates and issues, like a platform to communicate sturgeon. If you want to walk the sturgeon, then sure, go paddle it. But otherwise, the water's too low, or there's issues here, or this road's washed out. I do see it being a bit of a platform that people can follow, and we can share updates and information on Temagami Backcountry Parks. I doubt it. I mean, our Ontario Parks website is a little limited in its capacity, so I think that probably is the better platform for us. Is that
one of the interesting things in it, and it's certainly down the road, but one of the interesting things is this whole reporting system that hopefully we're developing, and it could in theory people could report back on their trip, which would probably include some time in the park. We'd have to put some sort of note to saying we don't really have anything to, we don't maintain Ontario parks. We don't, we're not the complaints department or whatever. But there is that opportunity for that reporting system, and then the portion that is within a park, we could get back to you in sort of, we want to do it in sort of a general, twice a year email or document or something. And then at least you would be getting feedback about conditions, and you would know if there was a nasty go down on a portage or something. So that's an opportunity that we could certainly explore. I think it's going to happen anyway. We hear about conditions within parks all the time in emails and whatnot, but there isn't actually a formal process for that just yet. But we can chat. We can chat about that, because I think that would be a good opportunity to.
Yeah, and email wise, like stuff can just be forwarded to me. But just back on like the social media side of things, like in campgrounds, many, I won't say most, but many parks now have social media, and social media has become like the main communication on issues, and the way that campers are, communicating back to parks about things they liked and things they didn't like. And I think same in the backcountry. It's like, I think social media could be a good platform. People finish their trip and they literally take some pictures, and when they get off, they they post it on our social media account. And sometimes those platforms are nice because it's not all us. It is the community of people who are sharing information, and it can be good.
Another park thing I'd like to bring up, I don't know if you thought of it, is the fact that there are, like when the park was conceived of and put in, it was put in as an undersized provincial wilderness class park. Policy at the time said that a park to maintain ecological, integrity for a defined area ought to be 100,000 hectares. This one's 72,000 and change. That is significantly undersized, 25% under. And yet, when the park was put in, there were carve-outs made for some reason for motorboats in Smoothwater Lake and on that side of the park. Why are boats still allowed in there, since people are paying park fees to go into a wilderness class provincial park? And they still got to deal with motorboats and fireworks and the people from tri-towns that want to go have a party down there, why do they have to put up with that? I can't take a motor canoe down the Lady Evelyn, so why should they be able to do that?
I don't know that I can answer that one well enough because I don't know the history of the management planning process. Like, I wasn't involved when management plan was put together. I will say that like in basically like Lady Evelyn Smoothwater is the largest. The only wilderness class parks are Lady Evelyn Smoothwater and Killarney, south of Thunder Bay, and I expect that's because south of Thunder Bay is where the population is, and there's more going on, and it's harder to carve out such a massive area. And wilderness class parks have the highest level of protection, which does mean limiting motorboat access and any forestry operations and other things. Anyway, it's a higher level of protection, so it's more difficult to do as you get further south. And I expect that was part of it. They wanted to make a wilderness class park, and they had a bunch of other conflicting things that got in the way, and so they made some compromises and carved things out and allowed some motorboats and got it done. And I do think it is better to put the highest level of protection on what you've got, opposed to saying like, oh well, it's not big enough, so we'll just call it a natural environment park and lower the bar. The bar is high. It didn't quite meet it, but it's still better to have the high bar, I think. But anyway, I wasn't involved, so I can't really.
Are you motivated? I mean, we would like that removed, those carve outs.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say. Anybody here want motorboats in Smoothwater? No, I think the ayes have it.
Yeah, it's you'd be looking realistically at whenever that management plan is redone, and that management plan is a new management plan, really in the land of management plans across Ontario parks. Like, I think Killarney still has like a management plan from the 80s, that hasn't been redone. And so until they go through the process of doing a new management plan and consultation, and that's where you would see any bigger changes. But you're probably looking at.
So does the park superintendent make recommendations as to what he thinks that the parks,
sort of
policies
but,
within the park ought to be?
It's at a bit of a different, yes, during management plan, like review or doing a new management plan, but things are pretty locked in until they get to that point.
Can I ask about the policy about land use permits inside parks, such as the Solus Waterway Park? If a person who holds a land use permit, can they pass it on indefinitely? Can they sell? How is the? In other words, are these going to be eventually removed?
I think the way it is now, but I'm not 100%. I'm pretty sure the way it is now that you can pass those along within your family indefinitely. But I'm not 100% sure on that one. So yeah, I don't think I can speak to that one.
What are you thinking of?
Oh, there's a couple of them in Solus.
Okay.
There are a bunch of them, actually. They're more than you think.
There's 2 on Solus, 1 on Maggie Pilgrim, Blue Sector. They're all beautiful. And they're very old on.
Yeah. So I would say I don't think those are going away anytime soon. I think I'm pretty sure the way it sits now is that they can pass down.
Are they allowed to develop them? In the sense that there might have been a cabin, an old cabin, can they build a big cottage?
And any work on a land use permit needs a work permit through us. So if they wanted to, technically, if they want to build a new dock, if they want to tear down a shed, anything they want to do, they are required to request a work permit through us.
And most of the time don't.
It wouldn't surprise me if work is done without a work permit. Yeah, but I don't know. I can't recall what's happening.
So actually, just to clarify before on the trail conditions thing.
Yes.
Would OP be opposed to FOT sort of posting that information for stuff that's within your park?
No.
Okay.
No, and does Friends of Temagami have social media and stuff, or where you post normally?
We do.
Yeah, okay. So, so again, there's good, like once we're in the social media world, it is nice because you can post it on your social media and you can just do it at, Temagami Backcountry Parks, and then we can repost, and like there's sort of some easy ways to pass the information along through the social media. I will admit social media, I don't use social media, so it's not my strength, but I have been involved in managing park accounts. I just always have some other more knowledgeable staff running it essentially. But yeah.
Back to the personal level, who's the Minister of Natural Resources? I know it's a big red bag ministry, but.
To be honest, I don't even know right now. Yeah.
I
can Google
follow
it.
that up with what kind of person is he?
Yeah, and I don't know. And again, we've moved from Ministry of Natural Resources to Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks back in 2018. So we're pretty separated from Ministry of Natural Resources
Can
right
I ask
now.
about your own educational background? How were you educated in biology or?
So I went to Fleming College, did ecosystem management at Fleming College, and then I did environmental science. At Trent University.
Okay.
And then I was in the School of Life for the rest of my time. Yeah. So I've been with Parks now for over 15 years. This is my 16th year.
That's a pretty good background.
Yeah.
Jonathan Wilkinson.
What?
Jonathan Wilkinson, Minister of Natural Resources.
There we go. Google knows.
Dave, can I ask you a question? And this is really more of your own opinion, not on an official level. Do you ever foresee a time where the possibility of expanding the park system might occur?
I guess so you mean like new provincial,
Creation of parks or conversion of conservation reserves into provincial park or waterway class parks?
Yeah.
On the horizon, is that anything you could foresee happening? Of course,
So,
just your opinion.
My personal feeling is that those things generally happen at like a very high level, so it's a government that comes in and has an interest in expanding protected areas, and then all of a sudden, like living the OLL in '99, where it was sort of like, okay, we're expanding protected areas, and they did all these conservation reserves and non-operating parks and a whole bunch of stuff. So I mean, I don't see it happening in the near future as far as like big expansion, but you never know the way things go. So then the other sort of changes that can occur, like you do have the whole operating realm. So like Temagami River and Chiniguchi are both non-operating. I think those are ones that are maybe a little more flexible and potentially moving them to operating. And then the conservation reserve thing is actually very new to us because they were managed essentially through the M&R district offices, and they recently in 2018 kind of like came over when we got moved to a new ministry. It was also like, and here's all these conservation reserves. Your Ontario Parks is now managing them. So it's kind of hard for me to predict what'll happen there. Yeah, in the long run, I do think the conservation reserves coming to us is good in that it's like we're looking crown lands and protected areas are managed differently, and they should be looked at with a bit of a different lens. And Ontario Parks does have a different lens than the districts did, even around CRs. So I think it is good that they're all lumped together and are kind of, in my mind, one protected area system. But the amount that they're managed in that is kind of whether they're operating or not operating. So I think I walked around that one. Essentially, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. So
I think there's one more.
Oh yeah.
This isn't about canoe routes, but seeing as you are with the Finlandsea Park and Ministry of the Environment, is there any thought about putting in a boat washing station at Finlandsea Park for the area? And canoe washing station too?
Yeah, it's it's not immediately on our radar for next year. There has been a little bit of discussion back and forth with it, like with MTO, who's putting in sort of, rest stops and different things along the highway.
Yeah.
Essentially, no. From my personal feeling on it is like, I think that actually the rest stops make the most sense as far as like, it would be a huge endeavor to put boat wash stations at all the lake access points in Temagami, where if you could get people on their way into an area to wash their boats, also not like add a put in where, things that are washed off the boat could flow into the lake, I think does make more sense.
Mm-hmm.
So if I have the opportunity to be involved, that will be kind of my push. And I think the M&RF does have that a little bit more on their radar. But I'm not 100% sure what they have in the works, but.
Because I know in Lake Temagami itself that so far only one species in the water is finding fleet. But vegetation, milfoil or something like this, and if it's showing up in Lake Temagami, I'm sure it's showing up in the canoes as well.
Yeah, I don't know a ton about it. I know there is a bunch of research that's happening in Killarney with different lakes, and there's people who who have specifically studied the movement of phytoplankton and zooplankton between lakes by canoe, but I don't know enough about it. I don't know what their results or findings or anything were. So, yeah.
In the essence of time, are we okay to wrap up?
Yeah, I'm good unless people have.
We can keep you in the hot seat all day.
Yeah. We could chat here all afternoon. And I will say that you're more than welcome to stick around. You can chat with people if they're interested, that sort of thing. You're more than welcome to stay. I don't think we're covering anything that needs to be a secret official over here.
Yeah.
Very
No,
good.
I appreciate that.
Token of our appreciation. That's
Oh, wow.
large. Emily thinks that you might be more a medium, but
She is good. I am a medium, but
there are mediums. Would you like one? We'll track one down.
If it's not too much, that's awesome.
They fit nicely. And there's a map and a couple of stickers.
Awesome, cool.
Kevin was quite fond of that map.
This is your planning map?
It's our companion map. So it's Obabica and Maple Mountain is on the back.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
Funny story, I ran into, I forget their names, Travis and Levi, anyway, a couple of years ago, Warden and Country Tech, and they paddled up and it was late in the evening, it was on Diamond, and I said, nice map, and he says, yeah, Kevin lent us this map, and he told us it was his Bible and not to lose it. And I said, you tell Kevin that if he wants more maps, he can get more maps. It's all good.
He's got one. He wanted to last forever.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll get you that medium t-shirt.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Next, PJ, if we did have on here, it says Smooth Water, Brandon, Johanna, and then TOC. Is that already you saying something, or are we saying something to you?
Yeah. I don't think, Eric asked, he was willing to give a little sort of update on to how business was this year. And I accepted that offer, although I don't think you're here.
No.
And so we don't have to worry about TOC. Fran would like to speak a little bit briefly about how the business season went and whatnot is welcome. If he would prefer to pass on the opportunity, you are welcome to. You don't need a bunch of details necessarily.
Sure. I wasn't actually going to say anything, but business has been good, and no complaints. We got very busy in 2020, and we were busier last year, and I think this year we were busier still. And so that's all good. Our clients, one thing I can say that is interestingly, just anecdotally, the character of our clientele is changing a little bit for the good. We are having way more people now who at one point would have been called visible minorities. I'm not sure that's still an acceptable term. New Canadians, perhaps, is another way of putting it. People who emigrated from wherever, settled in the GTA and other kinds of urban areas, and for perhaps the first number of years would not go out of the GTA much because things like camping and canoeing, etc., weren't necessarily part of their cultural experience. But that is changing. We are getting lots of people of color coming north now. They're exploring beyond the urban areas. It's a big province. And I think that's a very welcome evolution in our clientele. We're still, of course, getting the traditional people who went up through camp systems and have paddled for large portions of their life. But lots of new people who have never paddled before. And they're a great, I'm generalizing, but they're a great group of people to work with. They're very grateful for the opportunity. They love the area, they love the water, they love the trees, and they're very receptive to instruction and information. So I think that's a really great change in our clientele that we're noticing. Apart from that, we still have all the same people. Starting to get a bit more of an American clientele coming back. We used to have a very strong US clientele, and then that was seriously degraded through a whole series of events. There was SARS, there was the dollar, there was the needing a passport to cross the border, gas prices, etc. That essentially killed our US clientele for a number of years. And then, of course, we've just gone through COVID, so that wasn't available to them either. But this year, we noticed that we are having a resurgence in US visitors, which is also nice. And we've always had a strong international clientele, people coming over from mostly Northern Europe and the UK, Germany, France, and the UK particularly. But we have people from elsewhere as well. And so that's strong, and that's recovering too, now that travel restrictions have been, our travel, the ability to travel is returning to what it was pre-COVID. So apart from that, most of the people that come back speak highly of their experience. There are a lot of comments about certain areas that have received a lot of degradation, Annamanipissing Lake being one of them. Beautiful lake, of course it has cottages on it, but it's not the cottagers that are doing things. It's likely the people who come down from New Liskeard on day trips, and they're building, illegal constructions, leaving just tons of garbage, like the Twin Islands that are just south of the access point on Annamit is a mess. One of our clients took photographs of it, and fortunately submitted those photographs to the MNR, and of course I followed up, and the district manager says, yeah, we'll look into it and see who might be available to do something about it. And I'm not really expecting that anything will be done about it, but at least people are willing, or at least some people are willing to make contact with government officials to put some pressure on. Because if they don't hear from you, like Dave was saying, if they don't hear, then the assumption is that everything's fine, and everything is not fine. We've heard a lot about Smoothwater Lake. A lot of people are complaining about boats and fireworks and parties and stuff that just seems to be inconsistent with being in the park. And I know, I think Kevin was concerned about that as well. I'm not sure what he thought he might be able to do about it, but maybe you have some approaches or suggestions. And privies are an increasing issue. We have people coming back talking about how they're finding full funder boxes. Like they're full. And we're not talking about in the parks necessarily, on Crown land. And I was talking to PJ about this earlier, and I have no idea what the strategy is for this. It's great to put in box privies because people like them, but then they fill up. And so then you've got a full privy. And I remember encountering a homemade privy on Cross Lake that was just overflowing, and I took it upon myself to deal with it, but most people won't. And so then you're left with these edifices, and what do you do with them? So unless there's going to be maintenance, then putting in privies is actually, in my view, counterproductive. People should just learn how to shit in the woods, right? I mean, really, dig cat holes, bury it.
There's a book on that.
Take your toilet paper with you and burn it. That's actually, in my view, better than putting in privies that aren't going to be maintained. So, but that's, a discussion for another time, perhaps. But apart from that, things are good. The fires from 2018, people are surprised when they go up through the Mendelssohn route that they're encountering, extensive areas that were burned. We do tell them about that, and one group was actually quite pissed off that they were having to go through this because I guess they were planning on camping, and there wasn't really anywhere that they wanted to camp. But that's neither here nor there. That's just other people are quite fascinated to see the effects of burn and how it's recovering. Anyway, that's probably all I need to say. I'll just end by saying I strongly believe that somehow, some way, we've got to expand Crown land maintenance. It's great that there are volunteers who are willing to do it on a kind of an ad hoc basis, but that's just not going to be enough. There really needs to be a coordinated, dedicated, year after year after year effort. Or all the promotion that we do to get people to come here is going to backfire because people are going to go, well, yeah, beautiful area, but it's a mess. And sadly, it's not most people. You can have 10 groups go through a canoe route, and they're respectful and pick up garbage and clean things up and whatever, and then one group can go through and ruin it for years, and that happens. So anyway, that's my take on things. Anyway, good.
We did have the Save Souls campaign up next. Do you want to tackle that?
Yeah, sure. We've got a couple of important things to cover. And a couple of, they're important things, but I think they're quick things with the two pieces that we need to get accepted. The Save Solus campaign, there's been some delay in trying to update people about it, but here's where we're at with it. So we really ramped up this Save Solus campaign and trying to, get some delay and but ultimately stop this Turner Road. That would have been, it was sort of at its peak probably 3 years ago, a little prior to COVID. It was very successful in the sense that it brought public awareness to what was going on, but far more importantly, it put the issue on the First Nations, on Temagami First Nations and TAA and that community, and it really brought that area to their attention. And so that's a combination of COVID and then the more important part was the attention and the time it took for TFN, TAA. There's a sort of an ad hoc elders committee And they've taken the time over the last couple of years to go up to Turner Road a number of times and to chat about the situation. We have yet to hear, and I honestly don't know what the potential is of hearing anything official from those organizations, but we do know now that we have a number of elders, including our friend Al and our guest speaker tonight, Marion Lerone. They're probably the two most prominent people, at least from a FOT visibility standpoint, that are, in support of this campaign, and however that may take place. So unless anybody here, and unless anybody within the organization has a strong objection to it, the plan will be to ramp up the Save Solus campaign again. I don't fully know how that will look, but certainly we've got social media. We can do some email campaigns. I honestly don't really know how effective they really are. I mean, we can flood an NPP's inbox with 10,000 emails, but I don't know how much that actually changes things.
36,810 petition signatures.
So we have our change.org petition, which continues to get signatories to, even though we've not mentioned it in the longest time. I just changed my personal Facebook banner to that Save Solus picture, and I really just intended to put the picture up, but then people were noticing that there's a link to the petition, so people were signing the petition again, and I just did it, it wasn't even with any intent. As it stands right now, the Turner Road, there is no further construction. We were up there a few times this summer, most recently 4 weeks ago. And we actually walked to, well, I didn't walk to the end of the road. I stayed back to watch for bears and stuff. No, I'm just kidding. Emily and Al's son-in-law, Brandon, walked to the very end and confirmed that there's been no new construction. The growth on the already constructed road is actually pretty significant. There's some birch trees that are as tall as us and other shrubs. And that comes from the concern from the Elders Committee and some concern from TFN. And so Vermilion Forest Management has, I don't know whether those guys have received anything official, but they've agreed to hold tight with any more construction until they can sort things out. So I think, I mean, there's no doubt that, it's time to ramp this campaign up again. We've kind of gotten through a good chunk of this pandemic so that people's attention aren't, solely on whether they're going to live or die or feed their families or that sort of thing. And so I think the time is right to ramp this back up again and see how it goes. The obvious underlying problem that we have all the time is the resources to do this stuff. So my suggestion is, for now, we slowly start ramping it up. We make our Save Solus t-shirts available online. We start doing a couple little social media posts, get people interested in this petition again, and we slowly work up to, maybe doing an email campaign and whatnot. There is reasonably good potential with Jesse involved that we'll be able to do that sort of stuff within the web page. So that's the plan.
PJ, can I, just something that I think might be worth discussing as an organization, the possibility of investing in a drone for some camera footage makes these jobs a lot less labor intensive if you can drive to the end of the road. They have 5 to 6 kilometer range now. I'm wondering if that might be worth putting forward a motion to use funds to invest in that sort of equipment.
Yeah, I think it probably is. We've discussed it a number of times, actually, a few times anyway. And I think there's certainly great potential to do that. I don't know whether we necessarily have to do it here at the meeting. We could probably do it within the at the board level, but if we have general support from the membership, and then the board can move forward with how we would allocate the funds and that sort of thing. I think it would be an excellent idea.
I think that it is important to know that we did receive a substantial donation specifically for the Save Solus campaign. So there was actually $25,000 given to FOT donated for that, for things like this. So I think that's an excellent use of the funds, because we have been wondering, what we can use some of that money for, and that seems like a pretty simple check.
Yeah, agreed. That's a good idea. Agreed.
Would be great.
Okay, we'll see if we can't make that happen. Any other mentions, thoughts, comments on Save Solus thing? The campaign really is up and running. It has sort of gone dormant as we've allowed these groups to go and see for themselves and sort things out and consider the political and financial possibilities of it. I will mention probably a good time. I think there's some mentions on the agenda. There is an agenda point, but the one there's a vote going on Bear Island at a General Assembly of TFN and TAA in terms of a revenue sharing program. It's a convoluted story and process, but it really amounts to the ministry sharing revenue with TFN and TAA for the resources that are being extracted from the land, which sounds horrific when I think about it. It sounds like, to me, oh, you're concerned about the way we're using your land? How about some money? Does money help you not be concerned about the land? I have since spoken with Mary Lerone and a few other people, and there is some reasonable rationale to why they might accept this revenue sharing program. And really it boils down to they don't have the resources to do much in the way of lands and resources, and this money could be used to go back into lands and resources and be used to get people back out on the land and stuff. It's super convoluted, and it's a political minefield for those folks with TFN and TAA, because there are lots of people that are, quite interested. I mean, they really haven't gotten anything from, the past 150 or 200 years we've been taking stuff from their land. And so, yeah, it's a complicated process. I think, I don't know, Al might have more insight, but I think it will likely pass. They've got there's a caveat in the agreement that says that they can cancel at any time. They can return the $1.5 million that they'll get if they so choose.
The same thing.
And there's the caveat that it doesn't preclude them from being concerned about certain areas, so they could still be very concerned about the Turner Road and the Solus Wildlands, but still have this agreement, this revenue sharing agreement. The one kind of odd stipulation is they're not allowed to use that money in any sort of legal intention back on the government, funny enough. So there is that going on, and I initially, and you know, I try to understand the best I can about our relationship with First Nations, and I only see this as another bad step. But understandably, it's not a cut and dried or black and white issue for
Is this
them.
an annual amount of money?
Yes.
1.5 million.
Yeah.
There's no way they'll ever go back on that. That's a lot of cash.
Yeah.
Every year?
Go back on that.
For 5 years.
Well, for
They'll
5
never
years.
cancel it.
You should ask for radioactive all the way back.
That's
Back
what-
100 years.
That's what I'll say. Say it's for the first 100 years, and then we'll talk.
Yeah.
Being given $1.5 million, would you suddenly say, yeah, I don't want that?
Yeah, it's like it is really a sketchy deal.
And what does it commit them to?
It commits them to, continue to turn the road in other places.
That's so, yeah, I mean, in theory, in principle, it doesn't stop them. There's no, you know, there's no part of that agreement that says that they can't advocate for protection or that sort of thing. But it really, I think that, you know, that's the underlying intent of it.
Is it based on so many million board feet of lumber being harvested?
I think it is a percentage of the revenue that's generated off of the land. The interesting thing is that it's been in the works for a few years, and the former, maybe she still is the manager of Lands and Resources, she's on sick leave just now. She wasn't super open about, super transparent about these negotiations. And then this past spring, it basically came down to the government said, you've got 3 weeks to either say yes or no to this agreement. And they didn't have an opportunity to take it out to the community as they always have, traditionally always have, and had wanted to do on upcoming issues. And hence this vote on Bear Island today is they're basically leaving that up to the community to decide.
Yeah, is this being decided today?
It is.
Yeah.
We have a no vote here.
Well,
so we have to
in
get
fairness,
it.
it's already signed. The vote today, if it didn't pass, they would rescind their agreement, which they're allowed to do.
Can I throw something in on this?
Sure.
If what you're saying is what I think you're saying, it's about this quid pro quo money for timber rights kind of thing. That is, to my view, clearly outside of the fiduciary obligations question that comes down from the land claim. If you remember the language of the Supreme Court decision on the Bear Island land claim, the court in the end held that the Temagami people had signed the treaty. If they didn't sign it, somebody signed for them. If that didn't happen, then they adhered to the treaty. And if none of that happened, then the land was the Crown's by way of conquest. But, and I don't remember that battle either. But the court did say that the government has an outstanding fiduciary duty to the Temagami people. Now, an outstanding fiduciary duty is a duty to do something to make up for all the shit they didn't do over the years. It's not a trading thing. It's not, I'll pay you for this.
Right.
That's a complete different thing.
Right.
So to suggest that it's somehow in alignment with justice, I think is bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know, I think the whole program is, I mean, it's not set up to say, you know, we'll give you this money if you guys be quiet. But that's, I mean, we see it going
How it
on.
can be interpreted.
Yeah, we see it going on out west with pipelines and stuff. You know, people, you know, communities express their concern, and next thing you know, there's, you know, $10 million going their way, and all of a sudden they're okay with it. I wouldn't say all of a sudden they're okay with it, but you know, and honestly, you guys, I mean, I think that we're all aware and all empathetic to the idea that these communities, many of these communities have been starved and, you know, made to live on the 1 square mile island. And I mean, you know, there's, you know, if they get offered
a deal that is beneficial to them, I honestly can't hold that again. I mean, what are you gonna do? You haven't got any other resources. So, but it's really not it's not our pickle. My pickle is with the government and the fact that they're.
But it doesn't relate to land title.
No,
You know,
no, it doesn't.
so the government in the Supreme Court decision said there is no more land title in the Temagami First Nation. That is the Crown's land. So everything that goes forward from that is another colonial imposition of policy like we've always done.
Right.
You know, and to do that, to steal the last of the timber before things get so dire environmentally that people won't put up with it anymore. I think it's kind of a last-minute pillage and rape thing myself.
I tend
So
to
how
agree.
do you deal with that?
I tend to agree. I do have a. I don't really even begin to understand the complexity of the decision that the leaders of TFN and TAA and the people making that decision. I mean, it's complex, and if like Mary Lerone said to me the other day when I was chatting to her, PJ, if we don't take this agreement, we're kissing $1.5 million away. It's gone, and so to not accept it on a matter of principle, it doesn't change the fact that they're still going to be out logging, they're still going to be out cutting the forest, and they're going to be without $1.5 million.
It's a modern day version of the thing from the Supreme Court decision where they said the band adhered to the treaty because for years after that, the government agent came around here and handed out $8 to everybody.
Well,
And
they
nobody
are-
said no. So they said, well, you're adhering to the treaty, so you voluntarily give up the land. That wasn't connected to them.
Yeah.
They're also
Never
going
hold
over the
white people
treaty,
to a contract like that.
annuities today
Yeah.
as well. There's a presentation about it as well.
Interestingly, just to mention about the land claim issue and the negotiations, which are ramping up again, it is the general topic of Mary's presentation this evening. So we'll hear more about their plan and how we might be able to support them and that sort of thing.
Yeah, but by way of background, in the forestry management plans, there's a land set aside map, which is revenue sharing with First Nation, primarily around Lake Temagami and some of the Roosevelt Road and scattered places. Does that have anything to do with what you're talking about? Is that separate?
I think it would probably be included in that percentage of revenue sharing, but I'm not so certain.
Well, the land
I think
set
Al's
aside-
got a point to make.
The land set aside to it, I mean, all the resources are gone from it now. You know, you want to give away, why do you want to give it just now for?
It has been, for the most part, previously logged.
Okay.
But that is the idea, would be the land set aside. I don't think it's just in terms of timber. I think that land set aside thing is really basically a plan to increase the size of the tiny little reserve that they were given. And again, it seems like we're just doing the same thing we did 200 years ago, but.
Nicole, a quick question. Mary Lerone, do you know what time she'll be talking?
Yeah, so the plan is to have dinner
Yeah.
at 6 here. She had a little bit of a notion, she's had a busy day, obviously, she's out on the island. She had a notion of trying to present at the end of dinner, sort of as people were having coffee and tea.
Will you be taking that? Because I won't be here.
Yeah. Matt's gonna try, and we will try as well. And so that would be the plan, would be to make it available. Yeah, so 7-ish, shortly after 7. We were kind of thinking she was suggesting that maybe she do it right in the lodge as people are finishing up dinner. I think we've decided that the best thing to do would be to come here directly after dinner. We can help these guys bring coffee and dessert down here, and then Mary can get started, and then Wayne is gonna play with some other guests, I think.
She's speaking pretty much right now on the island, yeah.
So yes, the idea will be that it might not be super professional if it's me taping it, and then we can get that up onto something like our YouTube channel and share it with our members and people can have a look. Sound good?
Thank you.
The one item that I think we can move through quickly is the approval of a code of conduct for the organization, which is something that we've been working on for a little while now. And I think Amber had a part in that, and Emily and PJ have taken it on, and it's been in a draft form and was sent out to the directors to review and comment on, so that today we could approve it. I think in order to carry that forward, there's also a need for committee members. So usually an organization like this would have a code of conduct in which there would be people available if you needed to come forward to make a complaint, or if something was happening in which you needed some additional support for, that there would be committee members that would not be part of, I don't know if it's necessarily part of the executive or not, but just someone that you could come to for that. So do we need to go over the code of conduct? I'm just gonna pull it up here. Was that the plan?
Yeah, I don't know whether we have a bunch of time to actually go over it.
I don't think we really have to.
It was.
I made it available to both the board
and to members, yeah.
And I have not received any comments, questions, or concerns from anyone.
Great.
I don't know if anyone who's here has read the document and has any issues with it.
It is pretty straightforward and generalized. That basically says, please be nice to each other.
Yeah.
We haven't got the capacity not to be.
We did feel though, as the next item on the agenda is also updating our strategic plan, and so looking at how we function as an organization and our governance structure and stuff, we needed a code of conduct.
Yeah.
So this was just sort of a missing piece that we now have. So this
The
is here.
general outline is be nice to each other. We need a committee to be able to process any complaints or issues properly. And then there's a process outlined for code of conduct complaints within that. So there is the need for a committee to be formed. In the documents outlined that at least 3 people should be, because then there's the ability to vote by majority on any issues. At least 1 director on that committee. So I don't know if we want to bid for members now.
Why don't we get the code of conduct
Okay.
accepted? I'll move to accept the code of conduct as it stands now. We can leave it open for discussion. Is there somebody to second it?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I make one quick comment on that, kind of random? I read something recently about what the authors call white civility, which is the very sort of polite Canadian way of smiling, using nice words and stabbing on your back. And
Thank you for that.
you know, First Nations people have been doing that for a long time. And I think we have to be a little bit careful of not being too polite as a way of persisting injustices. So if somebody loses their mind and does something that violates the code of conduct, if the origin of that is something that is an injustice, it has to be taken into account.
PJ and I also had a short discussion, which is something that sort of just makes sense, but that the code of conduct isn't meant to not have people, like, everyone still needs to be comfortable receiving constructive criticism on our interactions and anything that we do, but just to be kind, honest.
I'd just like to add, and I'm going to quote a previous principal, PAL, I'm a high school teacher, and her advice to staff was, in a culture, we can never move forward if we're living within a culture of niceties. We have to be comfortable with criticizing each other. So as much as the code of conduct suggests be nice to each other, I don't think, I'm not comfortable with that term, actually. I don't think a culture of niceties is going to be beneficial for an organization. And I can give a specific example of where we had early fruits of the mapping project that we talked about earlier that were completely unsuitable for navigation and canoeists in general. And I know that did cause a fair amount of contention within the organization, but I think we do have to accept that there is going to be differing opinions when it comes to stuff like that. So as much as we want to be nice to each other, I think it is important to recognize that within a culture of niceties, we're not going to move forward. And sometimes there are difficult conversations that have to happen.
So perhaps respectful. Is it better word?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, the code of conduct was never intended to, interestingly, it seemed like a pretty straightforward process, and then worked hard putting it together. And then when I was reading it, it dawned on me that it could be, somebody reads it and it's generalized enough that somebody might say, Sadie wasn't happy with PJ and basically called him out on it, and so she's breaching the code of conduct, right? And that's not the intent of it. And I think that's why there's a reasonably good process to deal with concerns. Anybody can file a concern of conduct or whatever. It goes to this committee, they sort through the details, they bring it to the board. We figure it out. If it's frivolous, then it gets left there. I hope that we don't ever really need to use it, but it is important for an organization such as ours to have it. Yeah. As far as the committee is concerned, do we need to today?
No, it does say that we'll review it'll be approved at every AGM. So it seems like in some ways it's a little bit of a working document as well. So that could potentially be something that we table, and if people would like to come forward for the committee, we can do that. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah.
Very good.
We'll do that. Thank you, everybody. So that does bring us to the strategic plan, which was also sent out to the board and members as well. Do you want to speak to that a little bit?
I don't think we received any feedback on it, either which is not unusual. The strategic plan, so I have to remind me because I'm not, it's a mission, vision, something else.
Yeah, vision, mission, values.
Right. So it has been in the works for 3 years now, maybe even 4 years. Bob it was you brought it up that it hadn't been reviewed. Anyway, one of us brought it up that it hadn't been reviewed in a number of years, and that we should update it. So Bob, just myself and Sadie did spend some time sharing the document back and forth and offering comments and feedback. And we did that for a couple of years, but it always got left to, the AGM's coming up, we better look at this document, and then we'd run out of time. So I basically took the work that we did over the few years, and by the work, it was, probably a few hours tops for each of us that we looked at it. But I basically took that and incorporated all of the suggestions and comments that all three of us, Em had a look at it as well, all four of us had. It has not really changed that much. I think the initial work done on it was very good. What has changed is some, so we have, in the previous version, First Nations, Indigenous people were kind of tied into, we'll partner with the ministry and government, industry, and First Nations. We've teased that out to make First Nations, Indigenous a separate component, a separate bullet.
There has been some discussion about the actual terms used. So First Nations does exclude, in theory, it does exclude a number of people. So members of TAA that aren't members of TFN wouldn't be considered First Nations. And we wanted to have our strategic plan recognize those groups that were not previously recognized and continue to not be recognized on a government level and whatnot. That was some of the main changes in the strategic plan, but it honestly has not changed much, and that was the intent of the strategic plan right from the get-go, was that these were the basic principles we were going to operate by, and every once in a while we would look at them and renew them, not completely redo things. There is a component of trying to put in like short-term planning goals and whatnot. We've not done that, although I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea. It's something that could potentially be worked on, but it really hasn't changed that much. There continues to be a little bit of a discussion about terms. So I believe we moved to Indigenous and Aboriginal.
Yes.
And the rationale behind the term Aboriginal, and I honestly don't know much about it, but at the federal level, lots of this treaty discussion and whatnot speaks to Aboriginal as opposed to Indigenous or First Nations. And so I believe Bob's intent in bringing that up was to be inclusive of all
Aboriginal.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of it's probably the most generalized term, and includes the information from the federal level on down. Has mentioned that the federal level is, at the federal level, they're working on trying to change their terminology. So the point being is we don't know that we've got it perfectly right. So what I'd like to do is to have this approved with the caveat that we're going to reach out to a few people that have been friendly with us from Indigenous communities and First Nation communities, and just have them look at it and see if they have concerns about the terminology or suggestions, and it can be altered then with the minor adjustment, 6 months down the road or whatever, whenever we get that done. Does that make sense to everybody?
Right.
Are you still talking about the code of conduct?
No, we're
done.
Strategic.
Strategic
plan.
Updated, revised and updated to reflect current climate, not literally, but literally.
Can we?
It was shared and we didn't get any comments on it, so I think that we can make a motion to accept the strategic plan. I will make a motion to accept the current strategic plan as it's written, recognizing that there could be that the edit based on.
I'll second that motion.
Right.
And so moved.
Great.
You need a gavel.
I do. I need something. Great. Those were the two big pieces. So that's great to get that out of the way. We're rolling along, folks. Just hang in there.
The idea is to make. I think most of the stuff is super quick. I think.
Well, that would be up to you, Mister.
All right. Well, let me find the
Chatty
agenda.
pants over there. Just short and sharp, as I tell my students. PJ. Social media, go.
Social media continues to be quite popular. It's been in my hands primarily, although Sadie and Mike and I think that's probably just still has credentials there. But anyway, it's been, it's been dormant at times, but I have ramped it up recently. It's of pretty significant value. The one mention I will make is I don't know, you look at Facebook now and every, you have to scroll past 5 advertisements before you see something about a friend. So I'm not so sure how the whole social media thing is going to play out. We probably should have a TikTok account. I don't know the first thing about TikTok. So that's not going to happen anytime soon. Maybe we can find some young, 20-something member that wants to run a FOT TikTok account. But basically, it's there. It's powerful. The other thing I'll mention about social media is, since Facebook and Instagram have gone to this meta design or business plan, the algorithms are messed up. So, if I don't even remotely understand it, but if you alter a picture, if you put text in a picture, it will fail. I don't know why. I don't know why that happens, but it does. So, at some point when we've got some time, I'd like to reach out to our membership and see if, we don't necessarily need somebody to do the social media. What I would like is somebody that's very attuned to the social media and knows the back story and some avenues to it to help me out in how I do a nice post that's going to have some success, as opposed to, go out to thousands and get 6 likes. So that's really what it comes down to. It's a powerful tool, and it's continued to grow for us, and we need to continue to utilize it. That's it for social media.
Perfect. Easy segue into membership communications and the switch from MailChimp and using Wild Appetite.
Yeah. So ongoing issue with us. Em and I have spoke till we were blue in the face about it, but we need to do a better job of being in contact with our members. The problem is that we get so busy doing all the stuff that then to turn around and have to write all that stuff down and send it out in it. But we just need to do a better job of that. It's been an ongoing mention at all our AGMs, and I'm committed to trying to make that happen. Interestingly, nobody's really, we sort of go through this cycle of members, but people continue to be interested in the organization, and we continue to get new members, and we continue to get renewals, and that's despite really not us ever going out and saying, hey, become a member. I did a Facebook post that suggested that people might sign up for a membership once this year. It was a few weeks ago. People are out in the backcountry and they see our work, and they hear, they come to Smoothwater and they, chat with Fran and John, Eric down at TOC, and people will continue to come back. And so that's a good thing. We just need to do a better job. I don't really want to get into a bunch of details and plans, but basically, I don't know. I suppose a quick question for you guys is, I don't know, take whatever organization. They send me like 4 emails a week, and I don't read one of them. They're in the trash. Somebody sends me, an organization sends me an email, I don't know, twice a year. I'm likely going to pay attention to it. 3 times a year, pay attention to it. So we need to figure out, I'm wary of too much information, and just, anyway, we're going to start out with trying to get a newsletter out sometime, and then we'll go from there. That's the plan, membership communications. Wild Apricot. So, no surprise, our membership is all done in MailChimp, and it is, I don't know even where to begin to untie it. Although Em and I have been successful in being able to figure out membership and how to create segments of people who need to renew and that sort of thing. There's a whole bunch in the background that we don't know about. it's been the plan for a while to move to a more efficient membership system. We are going to pay for it. It's cheap. It's like $40, $50 a month or something. It's like one supporting membership, and it should make life much easier for us. I won't actually have to get somebody's membership on our web page and then go to our go to MailChimp and type out their email address or copy paste their email address and type in their address. It should be automatic. I think there's the opportunity for auto renewal, which is perfect. Sends you a message, says, your friends of a Temagami membership is about to expire, interested in renewing. You hit the renew button, takes you to restore. Perfect. And there are some very cool potential to the program there. We could have a FOT members only sort of chat area. We're going to have to get it switched over to Wild Apricot, and then we'll look into how much we use that component. I mean, obviously it would be a huge job to have somebody moderate that chat area, but there's potential there for it. Jesse Rogers, who I'm not so sure is still on the meeting, but he is going to help us out with that. He also, interestingly, has a good friend that works with the Wild Apricot implementation team. And so we just need to have some time to make that happen. They'll help us find the members in MailChimp, put them into Wild Apricot, and we should be much better. It should make communications with membership much easier as well.
One piece that is very interesting about that, if and when we can get it up and running, is that we've been getting, it's not often, but we've been getting some email questions from members or potential members in the recent past of, well, what do I get for becoming a member? And so that members only online, area could be valuable in that members might feel like they're getting something back from joining that for some sort of engagement.
Yeah, and interestingly, we spoke about, a chat area where people could, put in their favorite canoe route, and it would be members only access. And I think we have to be wary of Mike's point from earlier is, is that really what we want to do, or do we want to have this information out there to share with everybody, member or not? But anyway, very cool. The other thing I'll quickly mention about memberships, I've been thinking on this for a while. It's always a concern for me. I don't know exactly how we're going to do it, but on our store, we're going to mention if you can't afford a membership, then touch base with somebody. Just contact somebody and say, listen, things are tight.
I wonder if you just have a blurb that's like, pay what you can.
Yeah. Yeah.
To just cut out that.
Yeah, my concern is that there are people, a few people, but there are people who are going without a membership because they can't afford it, and that's certainly not what we're all about. So
you had a computer to write you on.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, well.
Yeah. What's next?
I was in the proxy voting. It is First Nations and FOT.
We've basically spoken a bunch on that throughout the meeting. There isn't anything really new. Mary Laron's coming tonight. There's been a whole connection made through this elders committee. Of course, I'm good friends with Al and spend lots of time up there, so I'm often around for their field trips and whatnot. I've met Shelley a number of times. She is certainly open to discussion and whatnot. I have a little bit of a concern. She's got so much on her plate that the last thing she needs to concern herself is with FOT. But there is an opportunity there for me to chat with her. Interestingly, I will mention an item on the agenda, and it ties in with First Nations. So the use of glyphosate on the forest. Mary has told me that they have actually filed a caution, TFN, TAA, to the ministry saying that they want no more glyphosate use on the forest. It is one of the things that FOT, I mean, we've always been against it. We've done a little bit of posting about it, but it is a huge area that we could bring into the organization and bring about some, at the very least, some awareness program. And then, you know, some advocacy at the political level. I think Emma has agreed to at least help us get started on doing that. You know, one of the things that happens whenever we do that stuff, you have to be prepared to, like, it's a massive undertaking. I remember when we posted about the lawsuit, the filing of that lawsuit that we did with Earth Roots and Eco Justice, and I spent like a week just concerning myself with comments, because I felt like we're bringing this piece of contention, and it's not, you know, somebody needs to be there working to counter, you know, to counter or agree or offer good debate, and including deleting totally inappropriate comments. So it is a challenge to do that stuff. It's much nicer to, you know, post a photo of a nice fire on Seagram and the loons floating around, and people like that stuff. Not that they don't need to see the contention, but it is a ton of work to try and post it and then follow up on it and whatnot. So that's one of the plans, is we're going to try and raise some awareness about this glyphosate use in the forest. And it would be a good partnership with TFN. I mean, there's nothing formal between TFN and TA. It would just be a like-minded action. If anybody has any questions or concerns, feel free, but we are going to try and do this rapid fire because it's getting long, and it was never, the intention was to be done fast today. But we're doing well. We're going to get there.
We're doing really well because we have one thing that a lot of us really would like to talk about: the increased park protection and next steps.
Right. Have we covered everything except for that?
Yes.
Perfect. So,
There is a Facebook page called Stop the Spray.
Right.
And I don't know.
Yeah, so interestingly, you know, there are a number of organizations that and community groups that have been making this battle, and I don't think that we need to go out and, you know, start researching the use of glyphosate and you know what the damages are. I think we need to do some general research in what organizations are doing this and reach out to them. There's the Ontario River Alliance has their general meeting next week. They have done some work on it. So yeah, we'll see where it goes, but I think it's going to be a matter of just gathering some general knowledge about what it's all about. I mean, I can speak to why they do it and issues of why they do it, but most of us are probably aware of most of that stuff. So increased protection.
Yep.
So, you know, I will speak to, it's been in the back of my mind and in the back of our minds for, well, my mind, because I was there specifically, and I just read the response from our issue resolution that we put on the Temagami Sudbury Forestry Management Plan. We do have the option of requesting a change to the land use plan. I suspect that we'll go through a bunch of work, do that, and they'll say no. But it is the one step that we've not taken to try and bring some protection about to the Solus wildlands. So basically, we said, there should be no road and there should be no harvesting within the Solus wildlands. It's an intact forest landscape. For those of you that have been around, you'll remember the district manager looked at me and said, intact forest landscape? I'm not familiar with this term, PJ. Are you kidding me? Anyway, that was kind of the thing that we did. So we've got that option of looking at that and going through that process. I don't know, it doesn't really change what First Nations and their concern or their desire, like it would just change the land use plan. Basically, what the district manager or regional manager was saying is that this has all been done legitimately and has been in the works for 30 years, and industry has dotted their I's and crossed their T's, and they have every right to go, and there's really nothing I can do about it. He didn't actually say that, but that's basically what he said. And then there's the caveat that if you so choose, you have the option of making an application to change this land use plan. It was always kind of the intention, and we never really got there. One of the reasons was I lost the motivation because it was like banging your head off the wall talking to participating in these FMPs. But I could probably put some effort into looking into that again. It would be interesting to fire that off and have, if nothing less, they have to deal with it. The increased parks. Well, I think we heard from Dave that there really is not, correct me if I'm wrong, because I had lots going on, but there's really not potential, at least immediate potential to increase park size. Or what did he say about the non-operating?
He mentioned that he said you maybe could see some non-operating parks become operational. So like Chinavici, for example, right. Is that then an area that we focus on?
Right. And interestingly, if you recall, Kevin spoke to that, and it really is, it's an easy pickings. It's low hanging fruit to, they've got the park designated and it's a non-operating park, and I'm sure there's much more to it than just, switching it over and signing a few papers, but it is easy picking fruit. One of the things that I plan to speak with Dave about sometime when we have more time is how we as an organization can go about advocating for more of whatever that might be, protections or backcountry maintenance. He knows how we feel about it, and I don't think he has any surprise that we feel the way we do about it, but how can we as an organization advocate at a higher level of Ontario parks? He obviously has bosses and they have bosses, and eventually you get down to the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, I suppose. But that would be one of the things that we could do. We have the ongoing sort of notion of what it means to have a park, if you were to ask our friend Randy Becker, he would say, we're not a zoo. Don't be making a park around here because we're not a zoo for you to come and visit. That's sort of the opposite end of the spectrum, and there's lots of stuff in between. So I don't really fully understand the complexities of that. Would it be amazing if Temagami was made a national park? I think so. I mean, it probably buys the highest level of protection, other than if First Nations was to say, no, you're not extracting resources from our land. It is interesting that Franco should mention, because it's always been, it's always been on my radar to consider reaching out to the federal government, who seems much more apt to try and offer some protections and work towards a more sustainable way of doing business and dealing with the various issues of climate change than the provincial government is willing to. I think that, interestingly, the way the whole thing is designed, it's pretty much up to the province and they can do what they want. The interesting thing is that it sounds like the federal government has some money to come along and say to the province, hey, we give you $50 million, will you protect an area? Will you set this area aside? So there might be some room for that. I mean, interesting, we'll see how it goes. I don't think in this political environment there is too much. There's certainly not the political appetite. We could, as an organization, start putting the bug in people's ears as we go forward, and maybe that has some impact on how they vote in the next provincial election, or whether they even vote at all. Maybe they'll get themselves out, because I think that was one of the biggest issues with the last election.
Is that something, just anyone have any comments or want to add to it? Because I know a few people brought that up this morning.
Hoping for a lot higher level might not always be a good thing, though. If you take, for example, about that we were talking about earlier, and you were saying, well, there's kind of low priority on that.
Right.
This is the non-operating part. So I'm not going to take resources that I need someplace else to allocate it for a non-operating part.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you get out of creating a waterway park? It's pretty much illusory that you get 120 meters, I think, on either side.
Mm-hmm.
So the sacrifice to the government in terms of land base is almost nil.
Right.
But every single campsite along the river, they get $30 a night for.
Right.
So they get a lot out of creating these kind of nominal little parks.
Mm-hmm.
It's not substantial.
And it is interesting to look at that classification of waterway parks, because like you say, it's really just a tiny little bit of protection. And I remember when I first got involved with FOT and started realizing, and the forestry management planning stuff, and I started wondering, is this organization all about, just being able to go on a nice canoe trip and not really see any bad stuff? Because that's kind of the way the forestry industry was dealing with us, right? Okay, we'll give you 60 meters back from the high water mark, and we'll only cross your portages at a 90-degree angle, but really, if you got out of your canoe and stepped up over the bank, you'd see nothing but clear-cut stuff. So the good thing is that the organization has developed into, it started off, there was always good intention of the larger protection, but that's really what we got into, was this nitty-gritty battle of, is it 30 meters or is it 45 meters, right? From either side of the portage. Well, anybody that's portaged down through a clear cut and they've left these allowances, they know full well that it doesn't make it, it's not a pinch of coon shit difference that they've given you 30 meters or 45 meters, or the fact is they've still got the forest, right? So it is interesting components of the park system for sure. I should mention, I didn't really want to mention it to Dave, but I remember Pinkerton, we got talking to him about the Obatica River and the maintenance on that river one time, and he basically told us that the park was, really to be left alone to its own devices, and if shit blew down, then shit blew down. So it was interesting to hear Dave say, well, you should be able to get your canoe through some of it, which, I think also is a balancing act, right? I mean, you don't want to clear out the whole river, because that has all sorts of ramifications. But you also don't want to have a river that you can't really, can't really paddle down. You're out of your canoe more than you're in your canoe. So it was interesting to hear Dave say that.
Yeah, any other thoughts on that? I know it's been a really long day and folks, I think, need some fresh air.
Yeah, and as you guys know, this conversation can be ongoing, right? And if people have ideas or concerns, then bring them to me or bring them to one of the directors, or fire off an email. I'm not the greatest at getting back to people with their emails, but I try to get back eventually. So the conversation is good. I think it's been an amazing day, really, all things considered. So
It is 3:20. The last item on our agenda is just looking a year ahead. So if we are still good with having an in-person format, and I think everyone would probably agree that being able to come here is really important and being able to be in the area. So if Smoothwater would like to host us again, then a year from now, it looks like October 14th, 2023. So that's what we'll set on this AGM. And if there's nothing else, then thank you so much. It's 20 after 3. So we've got a wonderful couple of hours before dinner to just, be in Temagami.
I will mention, for those that might still be around on the live stream, we'll work on improving the ability to interact with each other for next year. We're new at this game, so we'll work on that for next year. Very good. Adjourned.
Adjourned.
Perfect. Thank you, everybody.
Right out.
22.
That's a bit out.